Good morning, welcome to the Sewing Quarter. I'm Natasha McCarty, and well, who turned on winter? What's that all about? So you're best to stay in, grab a cup of tea, stay in the dry and out of the wind, and join us for the next 4 hours. We've got fabric, we've got quilting, we've got Sashiko. Yes, Jenniffer Taylor's here for that. In fact, let's have a look at exactly what we've got coming up this morning. So, it is Try It Tuesday. Oh yes. So 8 a.m. all you need for quilters. So it's your quilters tool time. Then 9 a.m. as I said, we've got Jenniffer Taylor back with Sashiko Stitching Masterclass. Everything you ever needed to know about that Japanese traditional stitching. 10 o'clock we've got Marvellous Monochrome, which is exactly what it says on the tin. And then 11 a.m. The cutest quick makes for kids. Absolutely gorgeous. Pretend it's summer, and that is absolutely perfect. 11 a.m, that is what we've got coming up today. So, without further ado, let's go this way, because, come and see what we've got over here. Now, limited availability on some of these, but let's start off with your winter berries. So, if you want to get in touch with us today, then here's how you do so. Head to the website, which is sewingquarter.com, and then go to watch. And then when you get to watch, oh, there you go, there's watch. There it is, Try It Tuesday. Underneath, there's your little message the studio box. So if you'd like to message the studio from there, we'd love to hear from you. That comes right down to me here in the studio, which is really rather lovely. So I get to see all your messages and read them out. And then underneath that, when we say we run the graphics, as and when we first put items through onto your screen, then all of the items come up below. So it's like a daily shopping list for you. That's yesterday's. That'll go any second as we start to load up today's. And so that is how it works. Now, if you've got lots to say, because the messenger box is a bit like a tweet, you know, it's got like a character limit on it. Then if you'd like to, you know, if you've got a lot to say, then message us via email, which is studio@sewingquarter.com. Now, I'm just having a little play with these fabrics because they're really rather lovely. So here's the thing. Sometimes you just want a beautiful array of colours, and that is what we're giving you here with these fat quarter bundles. We've got 3 different bundle choices for you. Limited availability on some of them. This is your winterberry, I do, but is this the winterberry one? Oh, that's the wrong one, isn't it? Hang on, let me get you the winterberry one. Here it is. Of course, the winterberry's got green on. Here we go. So you've got your greens here, going through into all sorts of shades of green, all sorts of shades, and then going through into your yellows, and then through into your pinks. Lovely, lovely, lovely. So these are always very, very popular. Now on this one, how many have we got of this one, Producer Paul? Okay, so we've got good availability on this one. It's the other 2 that we've got a limited availability on. So if you love these, and you always, well, look at the price. Look, under £10 for 8 fat quarters. It's got to be done, hasn't it? And just look how the colours go. This week, obviously the last week I've had off for half term. Thank you ever so much, by the way, for all of your lovely messages on Facebook. But I've actually given quilting a go, like properly, not just a little cushion. I mean, like proper quilts. It's harder than you think, but so worthwhile. And the thing is that I did a lot out of my scraps, out of things I just had in my stash. I didn't buy anything extra. It was just out of what I had in my stash. But what I found was that what was really, really useful were my solids, were my plain colours, because then it just made all of my more expensive fabrics go pop. So these, always worth having. And you know what? They come looking really beautiful. Look, they'll come like that. So £9.95 for 8 fat quarters, LCGQ25. That's your winterberry. Now I've got 2 other options. Should we go for the rose one, which is what I was just trying to show you a second ago? Here it is. Ooh, we're less than 20 on this. So, and less than 20 on the iris as well. So if you want these, please get in quick. Obviously yours will be cut straight. We've just had a quick chop, 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 chop with the old pinking shears this morning. But yours will come all cut nicely and bundled nicely. But this is just to give you an idea of the colours they were and just how they work so beautifully. So maybe, you know, you're working with a modern fabric and you need that bright white, you've got it in there. Maybe you're working with a shabby chic sort of Tilbury type fabric and you just want something to, you know, be a bit softer. Then you've got those shades in there. And then if you've got any florals in your stash, then these rose colours just blend. You're going to find the shade that's right for all of your stash. This is what it looks like. That's how it's going to come to you, not all, you know, sort of trimmed like we've done it. So that is your rose option. 8 fat quarters there, $9.95. Oh yeah. I love this. I didn't realise just how much blue I have in my stash until I started chopping up all my sort of leftovery bits. But they see, this is it. It's beautiful. And it just has got all the shades in there. So whether you're trying to go with something that's sort of aquamarine-y, then you've got that colour there. Whether you want that dark, deep blue, you've got that there. Then you've got your purples as well. Then you've got a kind of a taupe. And then you've got that lovely sort of duck egg, a light blue and a white, a bright white again. So actually this and the rose work really nicely together. It's a lovely selection to have. In fact, if you just are after a way to get an absolute rainbow of colour within your kit, then go for this. $9.95 FHGQ53. Producer Hayley this morning frantically chopping them up with pinking shears to make them look pretty on air. Bless her. So there we go. That's your fabric. So $9.95 FHGQ53. If you've got the iris or the rose in your basket, please check out. Remember, it is only 1 P&P per day. You don't have to worry about that. Check out as many times as you like. Really doesn't matter because it's only 1 P&P per day of just $2.95. Bargain. Right, what's next? Let's have a look at the rulers. We've got, do you want to go quilts with ruler? Oh, look, do you want to see my stash of books I've got today? Look at all these. Woohoo! I've got a veritable library going on this morning. Yeah. Right, I'm going to start with this one. Brand new. I know you love a book. Now, this is Quilts Made with Rulers. Good job. Now, these are tips and techniques for your 120-degree triangle. Now, you may not have all of these rulers yet. It doesn't matter because you've got lots of options within here. So if you've got your 120-degree triangle ruler, job done. If you've got your 45-degree ruler, done. If you've got your double wedding ring single arc ruler, spot on. And if you've got your flying geese ruler, you are sorted. Yes. Now this book, $10.95. Let's have a little look because you're getting 15 different projects with 4 different rulers. So just to start off with here, just to give you an idea, down the side here, it gives you, it's kind of like a key. So these are the different shaped rulers that you've got, and these are the projects. It's like a quick glance guide, that's the one. So either go for whichever ruler you've got and work up to the others, or if you've got all of them, I've got the lot. If you've got all of those, and just pick the one that looks really pretty to you and work with that. And then it talks you through the different types of rulers that you need. Talks you through how you cut with them, the design of them, where to go with that. And then, you see, when you get onto these, you see you've got all your shapes up the top there, and then the one that you're using is highlighted in a different colour. So that's the one that you need. So that's your wild goose. That is your 45-degree ruler there. And this is your On a Wild Goose Chase. I'm going to show you some of the rulers that match up with the book in just a moment. But let's have a look. And look at that. Isn't that absolutely stunning? Now, you see, that would be a fabulous one, wouldn't it, to do with one of the bundles of fabrics that we've got? Because it's just, you know, you could just do that in colour blocks. They've done it in coloured patterns, but actually just that colour Gorgeous. Gorgeous, gorgeous. Now, that's using your flying goose ruler. But if you wanted to have, oh yeah, this was the other thing that I just wanted to show, is that it also gives you little educational bits. So like this is an educational page, and this is how to stitch a setting or a Y seam. So it shows you how to do that, and then it gives you the projects where you would do so. I love these diamond ones. They're really rather special. Now, here you go. This is your diamond one. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? And it gives you, look, step-by-step instructions, shows you how to cut, what angle to cut, all that sort of thing. Brand new today. And here, you see, where was this when I was trying to make my quilts? How to match up so that you get that perfect point, which still on occasions eludes me, I'll be honest. And then, here we go. Dripping with diamonds. Ladies, wouldn't we all love to be dripping with diamonds? I love that one. Just simple and elegant and timeless and an absolute classic. £10.95 for 15 projects. What does that work out? About 75 pence a project? Must be. Oh, do you know what? It's also got, I forgot to say, it's also got video tutorials. So if you get stuck, then you can go to their website and you can have a look at all of their video tutorials as well. So it's got all of that help. Step-by-step guide. So that's at £10.95, PMSP 98. So if you need rulers to go with it, I'm going to start with this one. I don't know which one you wanted me to start with, Producer Paul, but I really like this one. Oh, which one? This one? This big one here. Now, okay, this is very limited, so it's going to be very much a first come, first serve on this one. Now, this will, well, it gives you lots of different options actually with this one. This is going to give you your 45-degree diamond and your Lone Star. So look, it gives you just some ideas. How can I do this without getting lots of flare? There we go. I'll put it flat, there you go. So it gives you 3 different options there. And then you have all your different degrees that you've got. So 45 degrees. Oh, love this. So yeah, this is your 45-degree diamond and Lone Star bias ruler. So yes, this is going to work for this book, but it's also going to give you, that book there, it's also going to give you so many more options. When you get any of the Creative Grids rulers, what you really want to do is head to their website, and it gives you all the details and the packaging that it comes with, and it's got lots of video tutorials to show you how to use these rulers, because they're a little bit different than you might expect, but they are very, very easy to use once you get going on them. And the design features that I always harp on about with these, but absolutely love, is this. This is your non-slip grip. It's embedded into the ruler. So all the way around the edge, you've got this. So you can see that sort of opaque part and the opaque circles on here. It's bedded into that underside plastic, which means that that is going to grip no matter how small a piece you're doing. So you might be doing an iddly-biddly triangle there, but you see you've got 2 sides of grip there, and it's really holding it. And the last thing that you want if you're cutting anything is to slip. Because not only could you hurt yourself, but you might waste your fabric. I don't know which is worse. Either way, you don't want to be doing it. So these rulers, once you've worked with these, you know, you won't go back. You'll absolutely love them. And they are so diverse, lots to work with on these. £24.95, but like I say, very, very limited on these. So if you want it, grab it. ZNCQ20. I can see how this quilting malarkey gets a little bit addictive. I started off doing 1 on my week off, and I think I now have 5 in construction. It's just how it goes. Right, can I show this one now? I like this one. This one just makes sense to me. Fiskars, obviously great brand, they really understand their cutting, but look. So, you've got all of your measurements along there and down the side there, but you've got it as a square. So you've got an 8.5 inch square. Oh, no, yeah. And then, oh, it says 8 by 8, but you've got a little extra bit around there. And then look, it folds in half. Oh, it's got a little bit of sticky on the packaging left on there. It folds in half. So then you've got your flying goose ruler. There you go. Love it. Absolutely brilliant. So perfect for your squares, for your triangles. If you are just starting out, then you absolutely have got everything that you need. You've even got your 45-degree lines through there and through there. But if you're not sure whether to go for a square or a triangle, get this one, because it's both. Awesome, $14.95. So great value for one, because it's 2 in 1. HEGQ 53, $14.95. Love it. And again, this is going to work with your Quilts Made with Rulers book, because this will do your flying geese section. Flying geese? Flying goose. If it's just a one. If it's just a singular, is it a flying goose? Or is it always flying geese? I don't know. Now, so that's that ruler. What else would we like to look at? Oh, now, can we go for your basics? If you are just cutting straight lines, just cutting strips. I just did my very first quilt, and it, you know, like properly quilted and everything, was just strips. Just all my old cut off strips. So for that, you just need a straightforward ruler. So let's have a look at this big one here. Again, creative grids. So you know that you are getting that brilliant non-slip grip. Now, a lot of you might think, oh, creative grids, you know, they are for professionals. You know, they are your top of the range quilting rulers. Yes, they are. But here's the thing. If you are new to quilting, because it's got this grip, it's going to really help you and really help you get your confidence. So it's, you know, sometimes it can be a false economy to buy cheap ones, because, you know, actually if you don't get on cutting with it, you're not going to do it. Whereas here, because you've got that non-slip grip, and this is the other very clever thing about it, all the numbers in white are your actual inches. Then when you spin it around, you get your 1.5 inches. So the 1/2 inch, your seam allowance, is already added in. And so this side, that 1/2 inch there, it has got that non-slip grip. And then down the other side, you've got 1/4 inch. So you've even got 1/2 and 1/4 inch at an easy glance. This is Creative Grids. They're a UK-based company. They really know their stuff when it comes to quilting rulers. Family company, absolutely fab. Every time we bring these sorts of things out, or we do a Creative Grids ruler show, they just fly, absolutely fly, once you've had Creative Grids. And actually, the number of our guests who hadn't used them before came on air, we asked them to use these. Like, I wouldn't use anything else now. Completely converted. So give it a try. $19.95. This will be your rectangular grid that you just will use time and time and time again. So $19.95 is 18.5 inches by 3.5 inches. We have to give you centimetres. It's not in metric, it is in imperial. We have to give you centimetres because it's the law, but it is all in inches. Right, so I have to give a stock warning. Oh, only a few left of the iris. Let me show you these. So if you are after this particular array of gorgeousness, please do check out your basket. Don't want anybody missing out. So if everybody checks out, there's literally a handful left. Okay, so FHGQ53, $9.95 for 8 fat quarters. It's just the way the shades work. You know what? Let the fabric do the hard work for you. One of the most daunting things about quilting is getting the colours right. Well, here you don't have to worry because the colours work. You know, look at that. It's just beautiful. This is another reason, isn't it, why we get them when they come all bundled, nicely piled up and bundled and tied with beautiful ribbon, why we don't ever want to actually crack open and get going with them, because look, they look so beautiful. But that's what I would say, get going. Don't just sit on that stash. Crack it open and get quilting. Nice. Shall we have a quick run through the other materials again? Oh, let's finish off with the rulers. That was just a stock warning, a little stock alert for you. Now, we don't want anybody to miss out, okay, so that's why we'll give you a little stock warning. Now, another 3.5 inch ruler, but this time a little bit smaller. This would be your next ruler, wouldn't it? So you might start off with the long one so that you can just have a good old slice through your fabric. But sometimes It's too big. And then you just want to make life a little bit easier. We will start off with, you know, sort of 1 or 2 rulers, and then you refine, don't you? So this is your 3.5 inch ruler by, here we go, 12.5, I want to say. Yeah, there we go. So again, you've got your whole inches there, your 1.5 inch that way. So you literally just spin it around, and there's your 1.5 inch. It's so clever. Just, it's the little things, isn't it? But you can tell they're quilters making things for quilters. It's not just a company that go, I know, we can just make a load of money out of quilters. These people actually quilt. Rachel and her family, who are Creative Grids here in Leicestershire, they absolutely know and understand their rulers. And then what they do is they bring on board other quilting designers to then come up with other rulers, but they only use the top people. Very clever. So here we go. This is your ruler, again with this non-slip grip. This is what does it for me. I know they're very clever, and you've got your black and your white, so whatever coloured fabric you're working on, it's going to show up. I know that you've got all of that, but for me, it's about that non-slip grip. That is what makes the difference here for me, is that this is not going to slip when I cut. It just doesn't. It's fab. Absolutely fab. Shall I show you? Can I show? Yeah, I've got fabric to cut. Oh yeah, I've got fabric to cut. Here we go. I just wanted to show. There we go. You see, once that is on there, look, it's not going anywhere. If you've got rulers at home, go and grab one and just see if yours is going to stay put. Which means then, in fact, the material is more slippery on the desk, on the mat. That ruler is not going anywhere. Then you see I can get my rotary cutter. I know I've got the big bad boy out today. Woohoo! Hey, look, we don't bring this one to wear often, and I certainly have not been allowed near this one before. But I think after, you know, I've cut all my own little squares and things, so for my quilts, I think I'm allowed now to play with rotary cutters. This is the big bad boy. This is 60mm, I want to say. So 60mm, £24.95. If you are doing, maybe you are going to do a jelly roll quilt. We've got a book with those on later. Then, if you just want to cut through layers and layers and layers of fabric and just get those great long lengths done, £24.95. You can go through multiple layers and just get that cutting done. This is not for your intricate cutting. This is for your larger cutting and just getting the job done type cutting. £24.95, SLGQ51. This hasn't been to wear very much. 60mm. There we go. Nice. How many times has it been on, Producer Paul? Has it only been on once before? Twice, yeah, no, once with Joy and once with Lucy Brennan, wasn't it? Yeah, I wasn't allowed to use it either time. Ooh. But that just went through, cut through that, an absolute treat. But you see, it's that combination, isn't it, of having a great rotary cutter and look, and a ruler that just isn't going to budge. What a nice straight line that is. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So if I wanted to do my 2.5 inch strip, you see, you could just spin that around. And then, look, I've got my 2.5 inches there, because look, there's my 2.5 inch marker there. Just line that up, and I am good to go. Ta-da! Easy peasy. Yay! Done. And there you go, you see, you can start doing all your strips. Yay! £24.95. But that's a big one. That is a big one. Now, maybe you don't want one that big. You know when we bring you circles and things like that, smaller ones, then you're going to need a smaller rotary cutter. It's gone from the sublime to the ridiculous. Look at this one. It's like the baby one. 28mm. Super cute though, but this is for your more detailed, intricate work. £10.95. HWGQ 09. Should we see how it cuts? I'm liking this ruler, by the way. Ba, ba, ba. Yay! Now you see that's not moving it. Oh, look, little. Small but mighty. Yeah. That's good, isn't it? Love it. Producer Paul says that's like him. Small but mighty. We would all have to agree. Here we go. So whether you're getting your rulers, fab, whether you are getting your little rotary cutter, $10.95, great price, happy days, you're good to go. Now let's have a look at, oh, I like this one. I only put it on the show because I really like it. However, I didn't have it when I needed it, which was last week. You want to check the price on this. Look how thick that is. And check out the price. $7.95. Right. I want to show you some really basic things in here, which quite frankly I forget. Very basic things like pinning. So how to pin for hand stitching, and then how to pin for machine stitching. This is a great book. This is going to fill in any gaps in your education. It's absolutely fab. So if you ever were sort of like wondering, well, which way round do I pin? It tells you. Just it's as basic, as simple as that. Very clear, very easy. You've got your hand stitching basics, you know, things that we talk about. We say, just, you know, stitch it up with a quick whip stitch. Well, that's all very well and good, but unless you know what a whip stitch looks like, it doesn't mean anything, does it? So it shows you how to do that. Your running stitch, tacking stitches, and then this. You know, we talk about getting to know your machine, but this takes it to the next level. And I haven't seen this in another book yet. It even takes it, the most basic thing. If you can't stitch in a straight line, you know, most things are a straight line, aren't they? If you can't even stitch in a straight line, you're scuppered. But this is going to give you tips for stitching in a straight line. Just shows you where to look. And that, you know, it says, you know, don't watch the needle. Watch the fabric edge. And make sure that it always stays... I'm reading it upside down. The same distance away from the edge. You see, it's things like that. How many of us get mesmerised by that needle going up and down? But you see, that's just it. This is showing you, don't get mesmerised by that. Look at the fabric there. That's what you need to be looking at, and that will get you stitching in a straight line. Seam allowance guide. Turning a corner. It's all in there. This is a fabulous, fabulous book. So for a book that is absolutely jam-packed with tips, squaring off, you know, how to square off. I've just made the world's wonkiest quilt. Should have had this book. Well, I would say that it is officially the world's wonkiest quilt. Honestly, you haven't seen it produced before. It's pretty wonky. But you know what? Everyone at home has been so, so sweet and sent me just the nicest... no, it doesn't need to be shown on there. Just sent the sweetest messages, all saying, hey, look, nobody minds a bit of wonk. It's absolutely fine. It was made with love. It was made with love. But here we go. Strip patchwork, which is basically what I've been having a good go at. Really easy, really lovely. What I love about this is that it shows you the process. This is how you would do your strip patchwork. And then you go, well, that's great. I can now do strip patchwork. What am I going to do with that then? This duffel bag. So this gives you then projects that you can do instantly with this newfound skill that you've got. I love this book, and it just goes on and on and on with all of these different designs in there. It's lovely. Oh, you're going to be able to do that later with your Sashiko. It's all in there. Absolutely gorgeous. Then you get all of your templates. In fact, $7.95 for this book. Everybody should have one. CYMZ78. Producer Paul, did you just tell me something had sold out? Oh, the iris has sold out. Oh, well done. If you managed to get this, congratulations. It has now gone. Fold that up until it comes back into stock. We did warn you. That's the quilting book. We've had a look at the Quilts Made with Rulers book. Oh. Do you want to have a look at the Jelly Roll Dreams? Oh, we like the Jelly Roll Dreams. Okay. You know when sometimes, I really know that name. This is compiled by Pam and Nikki Lintott. Where do I know that name from? Of course, I sat next to Pam at an awards dinner and gave her an award. That's why I knew her. Now, here's the thing. Pam and Nikki Lintott have written lots of books on how to do entire quilts out of jelly rolls. They have their own shop, and they specialise in jelly rolls and quilts made out of jelly rolls. So what they did, there was an international quilting competition just on jelly roll quilts. And this gives you 12 new designs, but it shows you the award-winning quilts and then their take on that sort of thing, okay? Which is really, really lovely. And the diversity is just fantastic. And each quilt uses just one jelly roll. So really cost-effective quilting. Look at that. Isn't that gorgeous? So here we go. For example, this is the black hole quilt. Gorgeous. I'm not sure if, you know, like actually in space that's what it looks like, but I'd be quite happy if it did, because that's really pretty. So that is your black hole quilt. And then, hang on, where's it gone? That's your variation on it. It's nice, isn't it? Really nice. Gives you sort of a map guide, shows you how to do it. So step by step, it does look like a colour wheel, doesn't it? I think it's really pretty. Breaks it down, how to do it. Look at, I mean, that couldn't be clearer, could it really? Look at this, tiddly tiny. Start off with that, add that on. So there, it's looking like it's going to be sort of like a log cabin. Add another square on. So it takes you step by step. But then it shows you all the different colours. There's a lot to this quilting, I'm discovering. It's very, it's just gorgeous, isn't it? It's just an excuse to get out all of those solid colours. I love that. And then it shows you how to do the strips, the borders, how to add it all on. Lovely, gorgeous book. That was one that really caught my eye. But look, it's absolutely chock-a-block. Look at that. Very beautifully photographed, step by step, award-winning quilts. What's not to love? Everyone loves an award-winning quilt. So it's 12 award-winning quilts, and then Nikki and Pam's take on a different variation. Variation around a queen. Look at that. But all made out of jelly rolls. So if you've bought a jelly roll from us and you've sat there going, well, firstly, it looks really pretty, don't know what to do with it. Do this with it. I'm all for this now, you see. Now that I've had a good rummage through my fabric stash at home, you don't just sit there looking at it. Get going with it. And what I've realised is I've had to get over my fear of things not being perfect. It doesn't matter. Just make it. Just get out there and make it. Look at that. Isn't that pretty? So pretty. Oh, look at that. All out of your jelly rolls. Oh, I like that. That looks like the Very Hungry Caterpillar gone a bit crazy, doesn't it? I like that. And then, Pac-Man. Yeah. It's amazing what you see, isn't it? But there you go. So that is, and you've got various templates where you need them. That's a bit gorgeous, isn't it? Lovely. So you see, look, so there's one variation. There it is in different colourways. Very pretty. Nice. So that is your Jelly Roll Dreams. $13.95. Now, what's next? What one haven't I looked at? I've got like a whole library of books. It's wonderful. The Quilting Manual, featuring 16 quilt experts. This is one of those things. Don't just take our word for it. Check out all of these quilting designers in the back. So these are all, get to know your designers. So on here, this is going to show you all the different designers, shows you the sort of books that they write. There's even a gentleman, Don Lynn. He's the quilting Don. And then in here, so if I spread these pages out here, can you see you've got different colours through there? Can you see? Like you've got a green section, you've got a blue section, you've got a red section. So it's all split to easy guide. So this is your all over template. So this is basically for the actual quilting bit, which is often the bit that scares people the most. So whether you're doing it with free motion, whether you're doing it with your feed dogs up, down, wherever you've got those feed dogs, look at this. It gives you all these different designs so that actually the back of your quilt can look as beautiful as the front. Over 100 different quilting designs. Who knew? Who knew? Oh, look at that. Imagine if you did one in blues, just all in blues, and then you did, it would just look like dripping water. It's amazing. So there's your all over designs. But if you just want to focus on your borders, then look at these. Ah, look at this. It's good, isn't it? So you see, there you go, some holly there ready for Christmas. All sorts. And then you've got your motif. Look at these. They're a bit stunning, aren't they? Over 100 of these for £15.95. That's like 15 pence a motif. Look at that. Oh, could you imagine doing that? That looks a bit William Morrissey, doesn't it? Gorgeous. So this is going to, do you know, sometimes you just need that helping hand. You need that bit of inspiration. You think, yeah, you know, for me, I don't necessarily follow exactly what it says in the book, but I'll use it for that inspiration and then do a variety around a theme. But it gives you all of your hints, tips, techniques, how to get good. Look at that. I mean, I would just be so thrilled if I could quilt like that. That's special, isn't it? Doesn't it look beautiful? It's taking this into the realms of textile art, isn't it? Because you get that texture. Really gorgeous. So, producer Paul says maybe you're doing a placemat and maybe it's just not that interesting. So actually, you just want to make a thing of the actual stick. Well, I think that's the thing with this, is that you can make the actual quilted bit the main feature. Because look, here, look at that. You see, they've drawn that on with a pen, but you get the idea of how that's really going to look. This is why you need your water-soluble pencils that we've got on a later show. We'll show you that in a minute. There you go. So that gives you all those sorts of different designs, ideas. 16 different, is it 16 different designs? It is, yeah, 16 different experts in one book. That's £1 an expert. SHSP 46. Nice. Now, oh, producer Paul was getting all technical upstairs. He's having opinions and all sorts. He's saying if you do your quilting manual, pop that in your basket, and then if you maybe got your Winterberry, then you've got plain fabric to really make that quilting go pop. So details at the bottom of the screen for this. Or maybe you just need an inexpensive fabric to play with. I mean, I know this is really pretty, but it's not going to break the bank. And so then it means that you can have a little play. And if it all goes disastrously wrong, firstly, maybe you can just change it into a design feature. That's my favourite thing to do. But secondly, you know, you haven't used your very best fabric. You've used this, and that's fab. So it's going to be pretty anyway, because the colours are absolutely gorgeous. Now, last book. Let's take a look. Oh, your traditional fat quarter quilts. So something for, oh, well, hello. Fat quarters galore. This is perfect. It's almost like we designed the show, isn't it? Here we go. So your traditional fat quarters. You see, I only dream of quilts like that. That's amazing, isn't it? That's what I think of as proper traditional quilts. When I think of a quilt, see, there's all your technical know-how. I just want to look at the pictures. Look at that. It's like a mosaic. You see, those Romans, they made mosaic floors, but how good's this? Because you can basically make a mosaic quilt that goes anywhere with you. Very comprehensive instructions. shows you how much material and everything that you need. And then look, I would be chuffed to bits if I could do something like that. It just looks so technical, doesn't it? But they break it down step by step. See, that's achievable. Is that like a flying goose? Something like that, isn't it? Look at that. Gorgeous. But again, it's very comprehensive and methodically put together. So there's your materials, your cutting instructions. You know, Joy should be here with her highlighter pen, wouldn't she? Highlighting everything. You know she would. She does love a highlighter pen. There we go. So this is giving you all of these. Again, lovely photography, step by step. So this is a great excuse to crack open those fat quarters. Now imagine that, but in those colours. You see? So that would take it traditional to modern looking. Or, if you did that, but with that. That'd be lovely, wouldn't it? There you go. So quite a lot of books for you, but sometimes, and this is the thing that we hear so often, I've lost my mojo. Grab a book, have a flick through, have a read through, and see what you fancy. Oh, we've had a message from Joe a few days ago about cutting. Oh, right, okay, I was off, I don't know about this. What did Joe say about cutting mats? She was asking about where to start with a cutting mat. Okay, so let's go big. Go big or go home. Okay, so the thing with a cutting mat is, how big a space do you have to work with? Bear in mind, you need to store these flat. Either hang them on the wall. You've got a little hole there, so you can hang these off the wall. Make sure that they are stored flat. This big one here is the one that we have on the show, day in, day out. You can see, you know, we've loved it, we've worn it, we've used it an awful lot. On it, it has got your inches on this side. I do believe, yeah, look, centimetres on that side. So whether you're dressmaking or quilting, whether you're going with centimetres or inches, you've got that covered. Let's go back to inches for now, because we're talking about quilting. You've got on here your 90 degrees on here. You've also got, down there, you've got your 90 degrees. And then if you go along to here, you've got your 45 degrees. 45 degrees. But you see this strip here, that is your 2.5 inch strip. So you can use that as a guide. Really useful. You've got 60 degrees over here, 30 degrees as well. So you've got all the different degrees that you need for all of your quilting. Here you go, 60 degrees, 30 degrees, and it's self-healing. Now that's really important. So basically when you cut through it, it will heal back together so that you never get that wobbly cut where you're going over where chunks have been cut out of your mat. So always, if you can afford it, get a self-healing one. $39.95. This is the one that we use every single day. I was going to give you a code, but it's gone. Now, maybe you are going off to do workshops and things like that, or maybe space is an issue for folding flat. Now, this, actually, let me move the big one out of the way so that it's less confusing. This is your folding mat. Look at that. So again, self-healing, double-sided. So you've got inches down there, but you've also got centimetres on the same side. So you've got centimetres there in sort of the tape measure bit, then you've got inches down there. You've got your 45 degrees, 60, 30. So you've got your metric conversion all the way along, which is brilliant. Excellent. There you go, that's your mat. There you go. So, there you go. That's it folded. I like. So then if you're only working on something small, done. It's very compact. And also then you can just fold it away. Easy. This stores really easy. So you know, we're not saying you must get this or you must get that. You must get the one that is right for you, for your space, for what you're doing. Now, maybe you do lots of small work. Maybe you do like lots of English paper piecing and you just want a little one that's going to fit on, I don't know, a lap tray or something on your lap. Then this is imperial and metric. This is from So Easy. 60 degrees, 30 degrees, 90 degrees, 45 degrees. It's got all of those on there again. And then here, this is so good, isn't it? Because then when you get down to your inches, that was centimetres on the other side, inches here, and there's your 2.5 inch strip. All of this kind of things that you use when you're quilting. Do you know, how often do we use these mats and I've never noticed that 2.5 inch strip? That's good. So yeah, if you're cutting your own 2.5 inch strip for your jelly roll quilts that we've just shown you in that book, done. Easy. $14.99 ITGQ 91. Oh, hang on. Let's have a look at the other rulers that we've got. Quick moment to tidy and change things around. Whee! Oh, you know what we haven't shown as well, Producer Paul? We haven't shown this little natty device. Look at that. I like that. Should we mention it in a minute? Should we do rulers first? Now, if you like a bit of foundation piecing, we've brought you quite a lot of foundation piecing over the last few weeks, then these are excellent. This is your add a quarter. So when you English paper piece, you add that extra 1/4 inch. And you see that ridge there, butts up against the paper and gives you then cut along there, and that adds you on that 1/4 inch that you need. It's brilliant. You've got it as a normal ruler if you want there. But maybe you don't want something that big. Maybe you just want to just add on just a little bit. Maybe you're doing something more intricate. Then you've got a little 6 inch one. You're getting both in here. There's no decisions. There's no either or situation going on here. Both for $24.95. So if you are foundation piecing, this is absolutely perfect. Oh, Producer Paul says what? It says what? You can use it for what? So you can use it to do your 1/4 inch seam allowance trimming. Yes. Perfect. So you just fold back your foundation, pop it on there, butt it to your paper, and then just cut. And that is giving you, you can see, that is your 1/4 inch. Very, very, very clever. Woo, there we go. If you know about your foundation paper piecing, you know what I'm talking about. Otherwise, it might sound a bit strange. Oh, we've got a triangle we haven't shown. Yeah, let's show you this. This is your So Easy laser cut for an accurate and smooth finish. Here we go. This is your 8.5 inch triangular ruler. That's like the worst way to show it, isn't it? There we go. So this is for your patchworking. So you're So Easy triangular patchwork ruler, 8.5 inches by 7 inches. It's just easy, isn't it? You know, if you might have a project that needs this, in which case grab it now. Great price, just $12.95. And they're So Easy. They are very well cut. It's that laser cut, isn't it? And again, you've got that hole so you can please hang these or store these straight. Don't ever, you know, ever sort of fold them on their side or anything. Now, I am going to mention this because I think it's a natty little thing. How often do you have different size rotary cutters? We've shown you, here we go, 2 different size rotary cutters today. This is a cradle to hold them in. So this is what you're getting. $9.95 gets you this. It's just one of those one-off purchases that when you've got it, you've got it. I was just trying to work out how it's so there. So with the little one, that just slots in there. And then then you've always got your rotary cutters. For the big one, he slots in there. And then you'd have your 45-degree one in there. Then you know exactly where they are. They're all stored, ready to... So maybe you'd just have them on the side of your desk there, like boom, and they're always to hand and safely put there. So, you know, maybe, oh, okay, I need to do something a little bit more detailed here. Rather than having to go to your desk and rummage, come on, who else is a rummager? then there you go. You've then got it to hand. Cut, pop it back. And it's making you think, isn't it, about putting things back safely. And then you know exactly where everything is. So it's a time saver as well. $9.95. HAGQ54 for that. Oh, now the most popular book, yes, tell me, is the which one? Oh, How to Quilt. Love it. $7.95. I'm glad you're getting this because I really rate it. I just think it's lovely. It's actually, do you know what? When we came in this morning, because Jenniffer Taylor's here, she's here next. She was drawn to this, and I would say, you know, she's an experienced sewist. But she's straight in going, yeah, this is lovely. Oh, I've got a message. Patricia says, quick flick through of the How to Quilt book again, please. Your wishes are command, Patricia. What was the Leslie message that flashed up very quickly? Oh, that was from yesterday, was it? Oh, I see. Here we go. So if we start at the very beginning, How to Quilt. I just love that the photography puts it on like a linen background. It's the detail in this. And there is a lot of detail. So much detail. Helps if I can actually open it. So photography, lovely. Here we go. Inspiration, blah, blah, blah. And then, there you go. There's your contents. Before you start, here we go. I mean, we are talking as much basic information. You know, sometimes we get questions through, and you know what? I love having your questions, but so often we're here, this might be a silly question. And we always say there are no silly questions. But if you feel that it is a silly question, you've got all of your basics covered in here. There's no silly questions, but I know that some of you still, it doesn't matter how many times I say that, still think, oh, it might be. No, everybody has to start somewhere. But here we go. Then it talks you through. You might not know what a fat quarter is. You might not know what a jelly roll is. Sounds delicious, but you can't eat it. Well, don't eat it. And I love that you've got little tips and hints and things. You see, this is it. It's the terminology, isn't it? What's the difference between batting and wadding? You might not know. There isn't really any difference. But all these sorts of things, it's going to take you through. Even just, I mean, look at this. How to pin. Pin for your stitching. Pin for your handmade stitching. Pin for your machine stitching. Then takes you through all your different stitches. And this is it. It takes you from the very basics through. You've got your tips at the bottom there. What's this? Hang on. I'm just going to read this tip here. I have no idea. If you find it hard to remember which way to turn the dial to loosen or tighten the tension on your sewing machine, remember, lefty-loosey, righty-tighty. But oldie but a goodie, you see. I hadn't even thought of that for tension. I know like that's on a tap, but I hadn't thought of it for tension on your machine. Didn't know. Hang on, I want another top tip. The techniques on the following pages are key elements of the quilting process, and you will need to refer back to them while working on the projects on this book. Yeah, keep this out on your desk. Oh, another message. Anne, hello Anne. She says, I have the How to Quilt book, and it's great. Really easy to follow instructions. Well, thank you. This is why we love it. Here's your English paper piecing. Maybe that's the first thing that you're going to do. Again, another great project for your scraps. Oh, we've had an image. Oh, an image from Sarah. What's that? Oh, Sarah. This is her first ever jelly roll quilt. Take a look at this. That is amazing. That is incredible. I'm super impressed by that. Thank you, Sarah. That's so clever. I'm trying to work out how you did that. Did you sew it all in strips and then cut it? Now, obviously you've now got the jelly roll bug, haven't you? You need the Jelly Roll Dreams book. That's so gorgeous. You're a clever bunch out there. And you know what, actually, this is the other thing that I've really noticed with all of your lovely messages of support as I start in my quilt making journey, is how supportive everybody is. It's a really lovely environment, safe environment. You know, you can share your makes and nobody says, oh, you got a wonky edge there. You know, everybody is so supportive because we all remember when we started. So, here we go. Have I done what, Producer Paul? Okay, so my first quilt, no, I didn't. I did it out of my scraps because I knew that it was going to be full of mistakes. So I just thought I would start with scraps that I didn't worry about if I really messed up. But this is the thing. Now that I've got my confidence with that, boom, I could do this because actually I did use some of my jelly roll scraps around the edge. So this would be the logical next step. Lovely, because look, you've just got them. Hang on, I want to know how they've done this. Yeah, you see, look. So you sew all your jelly rolls together and then cut them, and it's that great exercise of sewing in straight lines and cutting. And once you can do that, you can do anything. That's all you've got to master. Let me show you. So with this, you get the award-winning one, and then you get Pam and Nikki Lintot's variation. There it is. That's my favourite one in here. Love, love, love that. Now, please do check out your baskets. Remember, it's 1 P&P. So pretty. 1 P&P per day. So it doesn't matter how many times you check out your basket. It really doesn't. You can do it as many times as you like. So there we go. $13.95 for your Jelly Roll Dreams book. You could have a sewing machine. You could have 6 rotary cutters. You could have 10 sewing machines. Wouldn't matter. We'd only charge you $2.95 P&P. Doesn't matter. It's the kind of lovely people we are. So $13.95 gets you your Jelly Roll Dreams book. Now that you've stocked up on everything that you need, Jenniffer Taylor is here with some Sashiko, Japanese style stitching. It was a repair stitch, but now it's been made into its own art form. So she's going to be joining us in just a few moments. We've got some beautiful books on that, some beautiful packs. So join me in just a couple of minutes when we're going to be going through this fabulous art form. See you in just a couple of minutes. Follow us on Pinterest. Search for our Sewing Quarter page and follow us to discover sewing work we create and love. Did you know there are multiple ways you can contact us, even if it's just to ask a question? Our friendly team are always on standby. You can call our customer service team at 0800 112 4433, email us at help@sewingquarter.com, visit our Facebook page, follow us on Instagram, follow us on Twitter @sewingquarter, and even message us through our website, and our presenters will answer your questions live on air.
So today I'm going to show you how to do a double stitch. Now you would use a double stitch at the start and the end of your sewing to secure your threads rather than using a really big knot. You're going to want to take your needle through the front of your fabric first and then come out back through the front. So I'm using really big stitches at the moment so I can see what I'm doing. You're going to leave a tail before you then repeat that in and out motion. So you can see that's 1. I'm going to go back through again, and that's 2. So you can see I've done 2 stitches in the same place. That's giving me my double stitch. You would then do whatever stitch it is that you're going to go on to do. So I'm just going to do a quick running stitch. Okay, so now I'm going to do my double stitch at the very end of my stitch there. So it's repeating the process. So I'm going in, and then back out, in, and then back out, before clipping my threads. So obviously you would clip these closer when you get to finishing your garment. So there you have it.
Join us on Wednesday the 7th of June when Lucy Brennan will take you through a quilting block masterclass with the fabulous Free Spirit Ghost range of fabric. Lucy will be demonstrating how to create the bear paw block. This traditional block is a quilter's favourite as the design can be configured in many different ways to give a bold design to your quilting projects. Lucy will go through how to make the block with the beautiful Ghost range of fabric from designer Nell Watmore, who specialises in using natural elements in her fabric design. So, join Lucy Brennan on Wednesday the 7th of June at 9 AM for the Bear Paw block and wonderful fabrics, only on Sewing Quarter, Freeview Channel 78.
Welcome back. Now, yes, this stunning form of stitching is Sashiko. We'll meet Jenniffer Taylor in a minute, who loves to do it with an Italian accent. She said to me, you've got to say it with an Italian accent. I said, isn't it Japanese? She said, yeah, but it sounds better if you do it with an Italian accent. So we'll hear that in just a moment. But what we're bringing you is this Japanese art form of stitching. We wanted to bring you bundles so that you got everything that you need. This might be the first time that you've ever tried it. Absolutely fine. So what we've done is we've bundled for you a whopping great big hoop so that you can display your stitching afterwards. We've given you a book so that you've got a whole library of stitching in there for you to give a go at. We've also given you some beautiful dark material here. It's navy, but it's just the absolute perfect colour for that. It's kind of inky blue, it's lovely. And then we've given you your hand needles for embroidery, and we've given you 3 skeins. We've given you 2 white and 1 red, which just is those classic colours, isn't it, that works beautifully with the navy. So everything that you need to get going. Your hoop, and then look, there are your skeins from Anchor, which is a lovely, lovely company. So you've got 1/2 metre of your material there. There's your needles. And of course, look, it's that classic combination of red, white and blue. Look, you can really see the sheen on those. Aren't they fab? So that's what you're getting in your bundle, along with the book, which we're going to go through in a lot of detail with Jenniffer in just one moment. But you can see these are some of her little makes that she's brought in. We can see that she rather loves this. These are all things that Jenniffer has made. Yeah. Now you can get the book separately. If you've, go, hey, look, I've got embroidery skeins, that's fine. Then that's absolutely fine, don't you worry. Now the book by itself, $15.95. We're going to take a good look through this when we're over with Jenniffer in just a moment, because she's got some fabulous things in here that she wants to show you. We're going to have a look in just a minute. So, do you want to have a look? Should we have a look at it? Yeah, go on. Here we go. So, this is the book. It's going to look at all the inspiration, isn't it? Delicious. Absolutely delicious. That's just one page, and I'm inspired already. So it gives you lots of different projects, a whole library of stitches, so you can pick and choose.
It's worth getting the book just for the library. I can't wait to show you.
Yeah.
I just can't wait to show you.
So Sashiko itself means stab stitch, which sounds a little bit brutal, but it was a mending stitch.
It's a traditional Japanese mending technique, which is why I first was like, oh, hello, because I love a good upcycle, don't you? That's what I'm passionate about.
Oh, yeah, I heard a rumour.
Yeah. I heard a rumour.
Hello, by the way.
Hello, oh, sorry.
We got a bit
carried away.
Well, no, but this is the thing, isn't it? You're very passionate about your Sashiko.
I just think it's a wonderful, wonderful way of not only repairing. I think, there is a movement now to make visible repairing. Whereas you try to hide your repairs, it's about making them bling now. It's about really showing the detail.
That's just it, you
visible
see,
mending.
Yeah, jeans being bought ripped. My mum's like, I don't understand. Why would you buy pre-ripped jeans? Surely they need mending.
Yeah. But I would buy ripped jeans and then put to their mend. But we'll show the back of the jacket now to kind of make more sense. But it is about making those repairs very visible, with embellishment like fabrics, and then with your stitching.
Then it's absolutely perfect. Absolutely perfect.
I love it.
It is just a beautiful artwork, isn't it? It's delicate, it's ancient. These Japanese, they know a thing or two, don't they, about beautiful things.
Well, what I've learned a lot, especially through the book, especially this book, the Ultimate Sashiko book. This is the best book.
Hey,
the best book.
Are we ready to show the jacket, the back of the jacket? Let's have a look at because this is what we were just talking about. So, make it visible, make it a thing.
Unfortunately, this jacket didn't have any holes.
It has now.
It has now. But it's about, just making it a little bit more interesting. So I've put holes in, I mean, to be fair, there was a hole in the elbow, but not in the back. But I've actually put some African print fabric behind there. So in the inside, it's lined with, just the one panel's lined with African print. But the great thing about the stitching, it's double-sided. It's just, it's beautiful.
So inside and out looks gorgeous.
Inside and out looks gorgeous. But I think it just adds that little bit of specialness. And once you start, actually this show should come with a warning. It comes with a warning. Once you start, you'll put it on everything. You'll put it on absolutely if there's a project, you'll be putting it on it.
There you go. There it is on your jeans.
It is. So this is my jeans out of my book about how you could just, take an old pair of jeans and just zhuzh them up a little bit. And this is, again, a Japanese stitch there. For down the side of the leg in the mustard, obviously, always in the mustard. But it's just about adding those little bits of detail onto your pieces.
So here you go. You can get the kit. You don't have to start, because this might be a little bit daunting for people to think, I might not go straight into my clothing straight away. I'm going to practice it first.
Nah.
I know you don't. I know you're just like, get straight in there.
Get in there.
But if you do want to practice, this is a great way. Gives you your needles, gives you your embroidery skeins, gives you your hoops so you can display it afterwards. Beautiful. Gives you your fabric, gives you your book for $27.95. That's a great price for introducing a whole new form of, a whole new art form.
I know, like I say, and it does come with a warning. It does come with a warning.
It doesn't come with a warning. You're giving us the warning.
I'm giving you the warning.
Let's have a look at this book. I'm going to go straight to this page.
Whoa! This is what, straight away, this is a brilliant book. This is a brilliant, brilliant book. So exactly what you've got there. This is the pattern library section of the book. It's filled with projects. But get straight to those cream pages, people, because you are going to devour these pattern. I like to think them as little like teachings. You learn a new stitch
so when you say, there you go, get to the cream pages, all of those. So again, it's divided up into colorways as well. So at the beginning, let's start at the beginning.
I know, I feel like we've rushed to the best bit.
Well, I know. We could have just opened it on the first page.
Well, that's just lovely, isn't it?
It is gorgeous.
But look what you've done. Look, see, the reason why we've coupled it with the red, because it's traditional to, and it will make more sense when I go through the stitching patterns with you, that they put these highlights of red in there, and it's actually directional stitching. So you highlight with the red, and then you would normally just stitch in white.
Now you see, this is absolutely lovely as a patchwork. But you know, over on our wall we've got all of our circles of fabric.
Yeah.
I would love to see hoops of all of these stitches done.
In your sewing room, stitching wall inspiration.
Stitching wall library. So imagine those, but in Sashiko stitching.
Be beautiful.
So let me show you the hoops that we've put together so that you can do exactly that.
Yes.
We've got a whole range of hoops so that you can get going. There's one comes in the kit.
But that's a big hoop, that's a good one.
Yeah,
you could do lots of samples on that one.
I know. Ooh. But then we've also got a hoop bundle, which we'll show you in just a minute.
Oh, you
hang on. I know. Hang on, I've got a warning first, that's why.
I told you it came with a warning.
The book and the kit. Oh, okay, so lots in the basket already. Please
hold on.
Check out.
Check.
Yeah, we don't want anybody missing out.
Don't.
So we haven't even started something yet.
I know.
But we just want to show you everything that we've got, and then we'll get going.
Yeah.
And then you can shop. I was going to say at leisure, but actually, the hoop bundle. Let me show you this, because then you can start to create your own wall of stitching, your own stitchy wall in your favourite fabrics. Gorgeous. So there you go. You get 4 hoops in there, and you get 2 different needle packs. $15.95. So that instead of having, or you could do it like this. There's our wall, and everybody comments on our wall of hoops.
I love your wall. It's a wall of inspiration.
So, maybe you do just want to show off those fabrics that, you've got left over.
At home, yeah.
Maybe you want to get embroidering. Maybe you want a Sashiko. Good to
Definitely Sashiko.
Perfect.
And it's Sashiko. It's Sashiko. You've got to say it with an Italian accent. I know it's not real.
That is how I always hear it, because I've heard you say it.
I can't
now, so at the beginning, it's going to... Oh, look.
Oh, it's such a... Honestly, this book is a delight. It's an absolute delight. It goes through the history of Sashiko. and why they were doing it. And it's just obviously, the clothes that they have, it means so much to them, and they would never throw them away. They literally wouldn't. And it would just be about constant repairing and layering of fabrics and patches and stitching. And it is divine, absolutely beautiful.
So actually, the older an item of clothing becomes, the more beautiful,
the more treasured it would become, absolutely.
Not the throwaway society that we have today.
No, which is why I was like, I need to learn more about this, because this is exactly what I'm all about. So it's funny how things go around, isn't it? They always say what goes around comes around, or fashions always come back. For me, this has just been a delight and a real learning experience for me, just learning this technique. It's beautiful. So it goes through the history, it's telling you the basics of what you need, what kind of threads and how to tie the knots, etc. This is what I started. That was your cushion.
It is my cushion. You started with that.
I did.
But what was it going to be? What did you start out thinking it was going to be? Was it going to be a bag?
Yeah, so in the other book that we've got today that we've not touched on, there's a lovely project in there to make a bag, and it's got this design on the front of it, which is called a hemp design. It's the hemp pattern. And there's actually a story behind that, but I'll tell you more about it later. I'll tease you with it. But when I made it, I was like, I want that as a cushion. So I scrapped the bag idea and then just went straight in with a cushion.
That always. Oh, look, hang on, greeting card ideas.
Yeah.
Oh, that
really nice.
To me.
They're lovely, aren't they? They're just really, really lovely. So it's packed full of project ideas from the get-go, from the start. And that cushion's divine.
There's so many. Oh, look at that! That's so many different ideas. So you've got all of your inspiration there. We haven't even. All right, if everybody check what? Seriously?
What? Your face.
Producer Paul says if everybody checks out their baskets, the kids have gone already.
Oh my gosh!
We haven't even lifted a needle yet.
Well, that'll be fun then. We'll have fun anyway.
Okay.
But look, see what I mean? Sorry, let me just... sorry.
Forget that, look at this.
We're going to get a lot... Yeah, forget about that. See what I mean about that? The red stitching.
With the red. Yes.
That's about... And this will make more sense when I come to show you how to do this. The directional lines.
Nice.
Highlighted with the red stitch.
Look, this book takes you through
and this is the point. That's where it starts getting interesting.
You can get the book individually as well, if you need. Whoa! What?
Love it.
Oh, look at that! Half the stock of the book on its own has gone as well.
Well, it doesn't surprise me. If you can't get the kits, get the book now. That's all I'm going to say to you. If you can't get the kit, get the book now.
$15.95 for the book.
Beautiful.
We've also got skeins for you. Here's the thing. You might not just want to stick with blue and white.
No, and I am a fan of going with the colour, and also from a teaching point of view. And it will make more sense when I start doing the demo. When you want to start, it will make more sense to use different colours.
We decided that more was more.
I love more.
When we
get a lot
together. Look at it. For $33.95, you basically get all the floss in the world.
I love it.
So you get that's 100 skein pack on the top left. Then you get 2 white, a red and a green down the bottom. But then we've put in your sublime stitching threads, which are like your top quality, beautiful. The sheen on these absolutely gorgeous with your embroidery floss there. Absolutely exquisite. So you've got some really expensive threads in there. You've got your day-to-day, every colour under the sun threads.
And you really have.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That photo doesn't do it justice. No. You've got the whole rainbow. That's just one side because it's got 100.
I couldn't even get it all in my cup.
Hang on, how many metres? 832 metres.
There's a lot of meterage in that.
Of skein in there. Ignoring the floss. Ignoring the sublime, the 2 packs of sublime. That's a lot of stitching.
That's a lot of stitching. But I told you, you're going to use it.
Right, show me how.
We're going to use it.
Oh! Okay. No. I know, you see, look, even this.
I know. I am so pleased with my little mate.
You can't stop. Once you, Sashiko, you can't stop.
What was the inspiration? So if you just look at the book cover, you can see this beautiful cushion here with the fan motif. I've decided to make my little stitcher with all my skins in, and there's our little fan, look.
Oh, pretty.
How cute is that?
Out of an old pair of jeans?
Out of an old pair of jeans.
Nice.
But it is about that blue. It's about the blue, the indigo blue, and the fabric that is in that kit is just spot on. Perfect.
Yeah, absolutely.
Perfect. Okay, so first of all, as you rightly said, you're going to need a needle and you're going to need some floss or some skin. So I've cut out a little section of fabric just so we can demo today, and I'm going to go and dive in to our beautiful cream section of the book, which is beautiful. So before we begin, there's basically two types of Sashiko.
Right.
So you have this one here. Now I wrote it down. I've gone onto Google so I can try and say this properly. So bear with me.
Yeah, no, I took one look at that and went, "Are you having a laugh? There's no way."
So it's this one here. Now this is Moyazashi. Moyazashi. Okay. Now,
Good job.
Moyazashi.
Good job, Taylor.
Basically, it's a different type of stitch. So you're still doing the running stitch. So basically, all Sashiko is a running stitch.
Right,
so if you can do that, you can do Sashiko, which is what I love about it. Anybody can do this.
You do lots of workshops showing people how to do this
Yeah,
as well.
yeah,
I've seen you at shows.
You do, yes.
Sneakily doing this.
The difference between this one and the other one, which I'm going to explain in a second, this one you are creating a large pattern. The lines, the stitches don't ever cross.
Right.
But the lines of the pattern will. Okay, so that's the key difference between this one and the other one I'm going to show you in a second. Okay, so this one's making a big design. So the cushion.
Yeah.
So like this, for instance, it's a big design.
Oh, I see.
Okay.
Right.
It's a big design.
So they never cross.
So the lines may cross, like for instance, the red here is crossing with the brown line, but the stitches themselves never cross.
Oh, the stitches never cross.
Okay, so that's rule number one with this style of Sashiko.
I have to tell you, whilst you flick through,
Go for it.
the starter kit is sold out. Well done for those of you.
Wow.
The book, half the book gone. Gosh.
Gosh, indeed.
Producer Paul, shall we show the other book? We've got another book, haven't we?
We have.
Okay, we'll show that in a minute, so don't worry. We've got
Otherwise,
another book as well.
we'll lose you. So the second type of stitching, which again is all highlighted beautifully in this book, is this one here. And again, just a moment.
Come on.
It's Hihomi Sashi.
Yes. Say that again.
Hihomi Sashi. So it sounds like you should say hit, but it's actually he. Hihomi Sashi.
I'll leave you to say that.
Okay. Now the difference between this stitch pattern, thank you. I've been practicing.
I could tell.
The difference between this stitch is because this is called one stitch.
Right.
This is one stitch, and again, this is the first one I'm going to show you because for me, I dive straight in to the Hihomi Sashi. Okay, so it's one stitch. Okay, whereas the difference between this one and the other one is that the stitches do cross.
Yes.
Okay, they do cross. And another thing about this is what's beautiful is that all of these stitches, and there's a lot of stitches, all come with a story. So I'm going to demonstrate before we I'll explain and then we'll show you the book. I'm going to demonstrate what's called the rice stitch. And if you look down here, in Japanese or Chinese writing, there's characters for words, aren't there?
Oh, right.
Okay, and this character here is the word in Japanese for rice.
Oh, nice.
Okay, so we are going to stitch rice. It's the word. We are stitching the word.
That's clever.
And there'll be other words in there which will refer to other things. So and it's just, this is what I love. Every stitch has a story. It's so exciting. I can't wait for you to get
Show
your books at home.
me.
Okay, do you want to see the other book?
Very quickly. Oh, no, we want to start stitching.
Oh, okay.
And then I'll show you the other book.
Okay.
Because otherwise it'll be confusing.
It won't be dead confusing. Okay, so the first thing you need to do is I would get a ruler and either Taylor's chalk is good, but these pens are great.
Do you love the new pens?
I love the new pens.
Yeah,
really,
well,
really
love
good.
the new pens.
Really good. So they come in yellow, white, and different colours, but I've gone with the yellow because that really pops on there.
You know when you were kids and you had the pens that you just click the top and da-da-da. And that's chalk. That's Taylor's chalk. Very clever.
It's
and then
really nice.
When you put it away, you don't want it to snap. Just press it back in.
But it gives you a nice clean
But
line.
this is going to be. You need one of these if you're doing your
Absolutely.
Sashiko.
Sashiko. It helps if you say it Italian person. Okay, so I'm just going to start drawing a grid. Now I'm just going to go with 1/2 inch on this.
Right.
Just to make the stitches nice and big at home. But normally with the rice stitch, which is the Himomi Sashi,
Yes.
the one stitch Sashiko, they're normally around a 1/4 inch in size. So the stitches are quite big.
Right.
But just so you can see at home, I'm just going to go a little bit bigger.
Okay.
All right. I'm just going to go across and then I'm going to go the other way now. So you're going to create a grid with your ruler, which is why these are really super great, because you can get that measurement super quick, can't you?
I like super great.
Super great.
I'm all up for super great.
So you don't have to, I mean, traditionally, it would all be done by eye.
Wow.
But as we are learning, we're going to do a little grid. So I'm not going to do any more. I'm just going to do one more. Otherwise, we'll be here forever. Okay, so Sashiko breaks all the embroidery rules. If you're an embroiderer, don't watch. Because you're like, no, what are you doing? So Sashiko comes in, normally the threads come in 3 different sizes.
How many different health warnings does this come with?
It comes with a lot of warnings. So you can go really fine,
Yeah.
or you can go medium or thick thread.
Okay.
So I'm going to go with the thick, so I'm not separating
Okay.
at
so
all.
All 6
All
threads.
6 threads, I'm going with it. So that's the first big no-no. Second big no-no, big fat knot. Big fat knot.
Doesn't matter. Go for it.
Doesn't matter, go for it. So I can see everyone going, oh, no, big fat knot. And the book says big fat knot, all right? So don't worry.
I love the justification. It's all right. It says
It's a big fat knot. Okay, so with the rice stitch, we're going to start stitching into our grid.
Okay.
Okay. So the reason why it's called one stitch, I'm going to take my needle, I'm going to go through the back and come through the front. Now, if it's easier for you at home, obviously, if you've got the hoop, put it in the hoop. But the reason why I'm not putting in a hoop, because you can, the way you would normally stitch is with your needle, and you'd put more than one stitch onto that needle. Okay.
See, I think I would use the hoop just for display once I've done it.
Yeah. Oh, definitely, and especially that large, big one, beautiful. And then the different size ones as well to make you all wonderful. So we're going to work. The great thing about, the difference between embroidery and Sashiko is that you're constantly working in lines, whereas normally with cross stitch you would do a cross and then move on to the next cross and then move on to the next cross. With Sashiko you don't. So it's about layering and layering and layering your stitches. So I'm going to work horizontally, not vertically, horizontally. So I'm going to stitch a box.
Oh, really?
Miss a box.
Okay.
Stitch a box and miss a box.
Right.
So there's one. So I've got one more box. So when you've come to here, I can stitch one more box, so we're good to go here. So I'm going to go back into here. Okay, so that's my first line of stitching done. Now I'm going to work the second line.
Yeah.
Okay, but now I need to do it alternate. Okay. So the one thing one of the rules in Sashiko stitching is that you need to leave a loop. So if I just bring my needle up.
Why do I have to leave a loop?
Okay.
Wait,
so I'm ready to start on the second. So it's almost like a checkerboard. That's what we're going to create.
Yeah.
So if I just quickly do that, there's 1, 2, 3. I'm not going to stitch again because I can't do a full line, okay?
Right.
So it's just the 2 stitches in this case. Obviously at home you do as many stitches as your grid will allow. So I'm just going to flip this over super quick.
Yeah.
You see here, that's quite tight.
Yeah.
You don't want that in Sashiko stitching. You allow a slight bag, a slight loop. Okay. So this one stitch type of Sashiko, which is the himomi sashi.
I don't know why you're looking at me because I have absolutely no idea. I'm going to nod and say yes.
The one stitch Sashiko, you need to leave a bag. And the reason being, this is a repairing stitch. So if your stitches are one nice and tight, they're likely to break again, aren't they? Because there's no give, there's no ease. So you need to allow the stitches to move and manipulate, but obviously keep all the mending in place. Right. Secondly, what you don't want it to happen is for it to quilt. You don't want the fabric starting to concertina up. So you just allow that little bit of ease in that little, what I call the drop stitch, where you've gone from one line to the second line, you're dropping, you're allowing that little bit of bag.
Clever.
Okay? And every time you're doing a new line, you need to leave a little bag. All right? So I'm going to speed ahead.
You do
and do my next line of stitching.
So this comes together remarkably quickly.
Once you get started.
Do you know what, actually, I know that we've shown all of our samples with navy and white and red, but I'm really enjoying this blue.
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what you get, you see. When you get your 100+ skeins, then you know that you've got every option. Navy goes with everything, though, isn't it? It's one of those things you have in your wardrobe because everything goes.
Yes, it's one of those colours, isn't it? Okay, so I'm going to do one more line of stitching for you. And then we can move on to our next line. So there's that.
So if you are after skeins galore, $33.95 gives you and this is what's in the kit, 100 skeins. So the top left is an entire rainbow. That's just one side of it. You flip it over and you get the rest of the rainbow. There's 100 skeins in there. And then you get sublime stitching. You get 2 packets of that. You get your frosting, which is the top pretty sort of pastels. And then underneath that, you get your taffy pull, which is a variegated thread.
Ooh, oh,
yeah.
I can't wait for that.
Which is going to look gorgeous. And then you get 2 white, a red and a green, because we know that they're going to be great colours to go with the navy. Are we selling the navy fabric just on its own? For anybody that missed out on the kit, we'll have a look at that in a minute as well.
Oh, I do.
Gosh, there's lots going on today.
Okay, so what's great about getting the multi-pack skeins is because I like to do, when I'm learning a particular pattern, so in this case I'm doing the rice stitch, to remember how I stitched it, because once it comes together, you won't know where you started or you began. So over on our table there with the first sample that you've got, when you look at that straight away, you think you would stitch all of those crosses individually, whereas you don't, you do it in lines.
Because you're used to necessarily just cross stitch where you would.
Absolutely.
But not here.
Not here, no, there's a difference. So I like to do the steps in different colours. So you can see the smaller stitches there, they're all in different colours.
Yeah.
Whereas the one to what would be your right, that's all in one colour. So you wouldn't know when you're used to what you're doing, go with the one colour, or you could just mix it up anyway. But when you're learning, I would definitely say get a thread, different thread every time. Okay.
It's going to look so pretty.
It's going to look beautiful. Okay, so there's my first line of foundation stitching done. Okay. So now tick. So now we've worked vertically. Now you need to rotate the work, and you're going to work in the opposite direction.
Okay.
Okay, but this time we're not stitching on the edges of the boxes. We're going to stitch on the inside of the boxes. So I'm going to come up through the centre of the box.
Right, big knot as well.
Big knot, always big knot. So you can see I'm going to go into the centre of that box, out to the centre of that box,
so you're halfway.
into the centre of that box, out of the centre of that box, into the centre of that box.
So you still use the grid as your guide?
The grid's always there. So eventually, when you start building, you see how these are now crossing?
Yes.
That's the difference between this stitch technique and the other one. You wouldn't do that in the first one we talked about. That's a very strict rule. It's only in this one, the one stitch, Sashiko, that you would cross your stitches, okay? So once you start laying your grids down, so imagine the chalk's not there, these blue stitches here are kind of giving you the points of reference anyway. Once you've got your foundation in, you probably don't need the chalk, but it's always nice to pop it in first.
And it will rub out, wash out, all that sort of thing anyway.
Yeah, exactly. So now we're just going to drop down exactly as we did before.
Leaving a loop.
Make sure you leave your loop. Oh, I've stabbed myself.
Don't do that.
Bleeding.
Don't do that either.
It's a good job it's an indigo, isn't it? So you won't see it.
Plaster.
Oh, no, it's fine. It's fine. So there's that line done. So again, I'm just going to...
Once you do that, I'm going to go over here and show everybody else everything else that we've got for you. So, if you manage to get the starter kit, congratulations, because that has now gone. So I'm just going to put that down there so that I'm not teasing you. Don't want to tease you. Now, 2 different fabrics by the ½ metre. This is one of my favourite navies out there because I don't know if you can get in, how close we can get in on the texture of it. Firstly, it's got a lovely finish to it. It's got kind of a sheen. And it's also got that linen texture to it. Look at that. Isn't that gorgeous? It is £4.95 per ½ metre.
Doesn't hurt.
So there you go. For all of that, £4.95. So actually, that would do all your hoops, wouldn't it? Doesn't that look brilliant? So yeah, you could, hang on, let me just check. You can fit, if you're going for the hoop bundle, blink, blink. Oh, look, more than enough for your hoop bundle. Fab. This is actually working out to be a very cost-effective new art form, isn't it? There we go. So that's all right. That's a good check. So you only need a ½ metre for that. So that's for your linen effect, linen texture. And it really is gorgeous. I love using this one. And then we've got just your traditional navy. Here we go. Which is £3.25 per ½ metre. This is a great navy. Navy does what it needs to do, and this is absolutely perfect for the job. Sometimes actually navy's quite hard to get a hold of a really good one, but here it is, $3.25, very inexpensive as well. So if you're going for just your plain navy, does everything that you need, $3.25, XGMY65. But if you want that little bit of extra linen texture, and a slightly different sheen finish, then go for the other one. Maybe you want to go for 1/2 metre of each. Treat yourself. Who knows? Now, I mentioned the hoop bundle. Look, it's not just the hoop bundle. You get 4 different hoops, and you get 2 packs of needles. Amazing. Which we love. Oh, and where would you like to have a look at this new book? Which, you want me to bring a cushion? Oh, that cushion. Here we go. Right. There's your cushion that you wanted.
Thank you. It's just because you mentioned about the book. The
All
project
right,
in the
okay,
book.
yeah, no, I'll show you. We'll have a look at that in a minute. You know that I keep saying about this embroidery floss pack?
Yes. I love it.
Can I show you? I mean, look. That is your
4 layers deep, guys.
I know. That just makes me so happy. All
It's
of
a
those
rainbow.
colours.
I can sew a rainbow.
So you get that. I mean, that alone, hang on, 8 metres. So that's 800 metres just in there. 800 metres. And then you also get 2 white, a green and a red. These are your anchor threads. So you're getting different brands of thread here as well. With your anchor, you've got a lovely sheen on your anchor threads.
Beautiful.
And then you get your taffy pull. Look at this is your...
Is that the variegated one?
It's the variegated one. Do you want... hang on. I don't know if I'm allowed to get these out, but we're going to. Because, look at that.
Oh, they're delicious.
Isn't that beautiful?
That one looks so nice.
So imagine your stitching going through, all variegated. Just gorgeous. And then we've also got the frosting as well, which is that one. All for $33.95.
The Moyazashi patterns, which is what the cushion is, would look beautiful in that variegated thread.
It's good, isn't it?
Oh, it'd look delicious.
I've got to try and get that back in the pack.
I'll let you do that then.
Yeah,
I'll let you do that then.
I'll do that later. No one's watching. Now, show me what's next.
Okay, so this is where we start mixing it up a bit. So I've done my line. So I worked horizontally, then I twisted my work, and then worked horizontally again, but technically it's vertical.
Right.
Now this time, to finish off the next row of stitching, you need to work on a 45. So we're going to be going across it this time, okay? And we're going to be linking up our crosses, and this is to start adding the rice part of the stitch.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
All right. So I'm going to come up close to, but not on top of, the cross. So you do need to leave
the gap in the middle.
you need to leave a gap. Okay.
Right.
So this is where again, like you don't stab your stitches. You always leave a gap, a space, a breath. Okay. So the only ones that's crossing here, if I just leave that there, are these the white and blue, but the lighter blues are joining the crosses together.
Oh, okay. But not touching the crosses.
But not touching the crosses. Okay. So you're not going through the centre of the cross like this. You don't want to be doing that.
Right.
Okay. You want to be coming just away from it, just away from the cross. If I come this way, that might help it for you. If I'm going to leave my needle in this time so you can see what I'm doing. There you go. Okay. Okay. So you're leaving a gap. Okay.
It's very pretty. I could imagine a little girl's denim dress or something with some stitching across the front.
Well, when I did a workshop, somebody goes, "Oh, it's very similar," or "It feels very reminiscent of smocking."
Well, you know, I was thinking that, but with smocking, obviously, you tighten.
You tighten the thread.
But I think it's because you've got the grid, because you smock by grid.
Yes, you do. That's right.
Yeah.
So there are similarities with it.
No,
whereas with smocking you would pull, with this one you wouldn't. So basically you're going to carry on going diagonally until you've completed that row of stitching. To then finish off, you're going to repeat it. So we rotated this way.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're working across that way like that. So now we need to rotate it that way and repeat the same stitch but go in the other direction.
So you're sort of giving a cross going the other way?
Yeah, so I'm just going to do a few stitches here because you get the idea. See?
Oh, nice.
And then you work down that line, and then you work down that line, still doing the same looping technique in the back, so you've got that ease in the fabric. But that is your rice stitch done, and it's so beautiful. It's such a beautiful stitch.
It's pretty, isn't it? Really pretty.
Even when you've got quite large stitches like this, like I say, this is 1/2 inch. Normally would be done around 1/4 inch, but you could go smaller, and it just looks divine.
But if dexterity is an issue,
go big.
You know,
go big.
You can. So if you love your stitching, but actually the intricate, maybe it's eyesight, maybe whatever it is that's stopping you, this actually, fab.
Yeah. And I would suggest going big and then scaling down once you've got the intricacies of the stitch in hand. Definitely. So that's that one. That's done.
Now, here we go. In case you missed out on the other book, here we go. Don't worry, we've got another one. This is Simple Sashiko. Sashiko. However you want to say it. What's your favourite bit out of this book?
I like the cushion. I really like the cushion.
Was this where you started off saying you were going to do the bag?
Yeah, I want to go do that bag. That bag's really lovely. It really shows off what is the hemp pattern. Sorry, so I'm going to do that, and then I just got completely sidetracked and thought, right, I'm doing the cushion. So that's how it should have been. So that's the bag with the handles at the top here. But I went, oh no, I want it in a cushion, and it looks lovely, doesn't it?
Yeah, really lovely. Really lovely.
Really
and
nice.
It's funny that they had a cushion in the other book similar. So it's obviously they've read your mind.
Subliminal.
They've read your mind. $8.95 for your Simple Sashiko book. Getting started. Now, we have nearly sold out of the other book that we have for you that came in the kit. Oh, look there. Nice. So
it looks nice in the brands as well, doesn't it?
It does. 8 projects in here. Love that.
It's lovely, doesn't it?
Yeah, really lovely. There's something just classic and clean about it. I think that's what it is.
Simplicity.
It's not fussy.
That's the cushion. There's so
brand
many
new
different
today.
techniques in that cushion.
Hey, oh, is this the one that you said the floss, the variegated floss would look amazing through there?
In the book, I think the majority of them are the moyazashi techniques where you're creating a bigger pattern. So these would look fantastic in variegated threads because it's all about the continuous line. Whereas you can see with the rice stitch, the first one we did, it's all broken up.
Yeah.
So I think the variegates would look lovely in these.
Look, well, actually, it looks as if they almost have used some variegated thread through there. That is gorgeous. So clever.
Beautiful.
So clever. And this is all achievable.
It's all a straight. It's just a running stitch, guys. This is so achievable. That is awesome. I love that.
Look at that. Nice wall hanging. I like.
Really nice. But what I really like is the last project, I think, which is the front cover, is the wall hanging. That. Love that.
Look, that's a whole new take on your patchwork.
But look at the colours. It's just beautiful. Just beautiful. And where traditionally you wouldn't use Sashiko for a quilting technique, why not? Why not add
when
some hand?
Beautiful.
Yeah. Oh gosh, yeah. Why not?
But traditionally, there's your whole room Sashiko'd up. Done.
But they do look really nice on the wall, don't they? It's pieces, which
really
is why
lovely.
I think the hoops are a fantastic idea because it just gives you that bit of beauty, some artwork for your room that you've stitched.
Special.
$8.95
for that book. Right, show us the next technique.
Okay, so I'm going to be showing you this technique. Now, this is quite a large one, so I'm going to scale it down a little bit for you so it's quicker for me to stitch, purely just for me to stitch. This is the hemp stitch, okay? And what's really special about this one is it's one of the most famous designs in Sashiko stitching.
Right.
Okay, and the reason being, I've got my notes down here, is that it represents radiating light. Represents radiating light, and it's really popular, and it almost ties in with our next hour, actually, Natasha, because a lot of them would have sewn or stitched this into children's garments as a way of protecting them, which I thought was really lovely.
What, protecting the child or protecting the garment?
No, protecting the child, as in because it's radiating light. It's a protection sign, you know. So I just think, again, all of these stitches have little stories. So
lovely,
this is
isn't it?
perfect. So this is to represent radiating light and protection. So I think that's a really beautiful.
I think that's
beautiful
gorgeous.
one.
So yeah, I could imagine that across the top of a little girl's denim dress or something like that, or round a hat, or
Always a
anything
little
like that.
cushion for that, or a quilt,
or a
anything
little
like
pinny, something like that.
Lovely.
But you see, and also because it was traditionally a mending stitch.
Yeah, absolutely.
Double protection.
Double protection.
Yes.
I like it.
Right. How do
So
we
there you
do
go.
it?
So this is how we do it. So this one is difficult. Not difficult. Sorry, different to what was the one stitch.
Okay.
Okay. So this is where you are actually drawing out a pattern.
Okay.
So you need to start with a grid, and again, this goes in the books. It's probably worth opening the book out for the instructions actually, but I'm just going to walk you through it personally. So I've already gone ahead and drew my grid. I believe it's let's check it actually rather than guessing, shall we? This is what's really good having these quilters rulers. So it's 2.5 inches across and 1.5 inches down, and I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 8 boxes there. Okay, so I'm not sure if you can see that there. Yep. In fact, I'll just go over again with the pen.
In the book, step-by-step instructions. So it even shows you how to start your grid. Start with 4.
And then divide
half
it again, yeah.
It is one of those things, Producer Paul, and I agree, is saying it's one of those things that looks more complicated when it's finished than it actually is.
Exactly.
But the end result, absolutely gorgeous.
Stunning.
It is, some of the most beautiful things in life are the simplest.
Absolutely.
And just having 2 colours. Stunning.
Just 2 colours. And again, this is all with 1 stitch. It's the running stitch, so everyone can do this. Absolutely everyone can do this. Okay, so we're going to start our hemp stitch at the bottom of our grid.
Right.
Okay. And again, there are a few rules with your Sashiko stitching. So
I love these rules.
So you don't, very similar to the rise stitch we did earlier, where we didn't want our stitches to cross. We didn't want, unless if they were specifically meant to cross, like the first 2 stitches we did. The second, the connecting stitch between the crosses, those didn't touch, did they? Well, that rule continues with this style, so there's no different in that rule.
So nothing's going to touch.
Nothing's going to touch. So at these points of reference here, where this T-junction here, or this cross point here, we don't want any stitches to be touching or crossing each other in these sections. Okay? So I'm going to go again. Nice big thick thread there. I've not separated them, and I've got a big cracking knot on the end of it as well. Okay, so in this one, where we did 1 stitch, we're going to do multiple stitches. Okay. So this
multi-stitch
is multi-stitching. So I'm going to stay here. So I'm going to pop my needle in and out of my thread. So you can see here that I've not done the stitch yet, but the needle, I can see whether I'm going to be even or not with my stitching, because you do want nice, even stitches. So once you've mastered your 1 stitch, which is the rise stitch that we've just done, you'll start getting used to being even in your stitches. This time we're doing it very small, and you're doing it on the needle, so you are technically doing it by eye. You're just following the lines this time, whereas the last time you were stitching in the boxes. Okay. So I'm going to carry on across until I get close. Now this is where we've got to be careful. Okay. So you can see that T-junction there. I don't want my stitch to go into that cross. So you can see I've passed that.
Right. Yeah.
Yep. So now I'm going to pull my stitch through. Okay. So you don't have to go in one lump if you want to, but you can just do it a stitch at a time.
You can do this anywhere.
Oh yeah, definitely.
This is the beauty of it, isn't it? Is that you can have this just in the glove box of your car. So when you're sat waiting for the kids who are always late on every single sports or anything that they do, they're always going to be late. You can just have this sat there. And it's just going to be lovely. This is your classic, isn't it? With your sort of your deep blue that we expect from your denim, but having matched it with that orange thread is your classic. But over here, you see, the white is stunning.
Oh, it just pops, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Against that indigo blue, it's beautiful.
The navy is it's one of those colours that we all have in our wardrobes because everything goes.
That's true.
You know, it's one of those things you don't have to worry about. You can just throw on those dark jeans, and you know that whatever top you put with it it goes. It's one of those joys, which is why it's absolutely lovely. Now, if you want which book? Hang on, sorry, producer Paul's just done. We've got 2 left of the book.
Wait.
The ultimate, okay. If you were after, now obviously the kit has gone completely, but if you're after the book by itself, there are only 2 left of these. Details down here. The Ultimate Sashiko Source Book, 2 left of these, $15.95. It is jam-packed. I mean, it is an absolutely stunning book. With all your history. I love that it's got the history in
It's
there.
lovely. Really is lovely. Okay.
How are we doing?
Right, so I've gone ahead and completed. So I've started here.
Yep.
And I've worked my way all up towards the top of my grid.
Yep.
Okay. And you've probably noticed that I've done 4 stitches in each. How many stitches you do in here is depending on your stitch size at home.
Right.
But I've gone with 4 just to keep it nice and even.
So do you wouldn't do 3 in one and then 4 in it? Just trying.
If you can try and be as consistent as possible, especially on these smaller sections. When you start getting to this section here, you can forget about the count. It does say to don't get too
hung up
on your counting.
Okay.
But with the smaller set, once you've got this in,
Yeah.
then it will kind of
happen anyway?
Yes, happen naturally. So I've started with 4 in each of these, okay? So once I've done that, this is where it starts getting a bit like, oh, what am I doing? So it's probably worth grabbing your ruler,
Right, okay.
before we do the next bit. So the stitch line is going to come from this corner to that corner, okay? So that's the first one, which is why these pens are great. Then,
aren't they?
Then you go from this corner to the centre, then down to here, and then back down to the bottom. So you're doing a zigzag. Can you see?
It does feel like one of those classic shapes, though, doesn't it? There's something sort of that feels quite old about it. Do you know what I mean? It's
well, as it says in the history of this stitch, it's one of the most popular stitches. And again, I think it's linking with the sort of Buddhist thinking, really, with the whole radiating line. I'm just making sure I'm leaving. You've got to leave your bag.
Oh, leave your loop.
Don't leave your loop. I thought I had a bit more thread than I thought it was. If you do get this slight concertinaing here, just run your fingers down the fabric and then that will sort of ease itself out. So I'm just running, as in running stitch, towards that point of reference. But again, the rule about not hitting that corner point still remains the same. Okay, so I'm just going to do one last stitch.
It says here, the origins of Sashiko stitching are lost in the mists of time.
Oh, wow.
There are no written records of its real beginnings, no original surviving piece of work that can be conclusively dated or attributed to an individual or group. Born of necessity, Sashiko was used and worn out, so very little early work remains. So that makes sense, doesn't it?
Well, they literally, like I say, lived in their clothes. It was very precious and treasured for them.
Of darning. Can I just show you, actually, because this is, I know this has got all of your... I know we've only got like one of these left, but details if you want this book. I just want you to see, what Jenniffer was talking about when she said, "Look at that. There, that's where this tradition has come from."
Yeah. And you can see why I just was like, oh,
need
everything I'm about. Okay, I'm going to just finish this one last section. And then I'm going to move on to my next piece. I have done a Blue Peter moment. Here's one I made earlier.
Good job.
Okay, so again, just to recap, I started here.
Yeah.
I've gone towards the top.
Yeah.
Gone across, down. I'm going to work down this way. And then you repeat again. So you go here, here, and here to then give you, ta-da, that shape.
Hey, that's so satisfying.
Okay.
Oh, I love this.
It doesn't stop there, we're not finished yet. Oh. But that's your one line of stitching. Okay, so I've done it in one thread.
Beautiful.
One thread.
Okay.
So again, if you want to have this clean one look, then stay with the same colour thread.
Yeah.
But again, for the aids of teaching yourself, so you go, oh, I remember now. Because you might get confused, go, oh, I thought I did that in the same thread, but you didn't. You had to do something different. So I'm going to change my thread colour.
Okay.
So I'm going to go with this one.
Go for it.
So this time, we are stitching what would be the diamond shape. So again, I'm going to come in with my pencil. I'm going to draw that in for you first, okay? So this time, you can do this by eye or measure it out, whatever you think is best. We are stitching this section. and then again on the other side. So it's a constant mirror, okay, in this pattern, all right? So I'm going to go ahead and do that stitching.
If you are after the pen that Jenniffer is using today, here it is. It's £9.95. We've only seen this a couple of times before. £9.95. This is it in yellow. YSRW61 is the code to get that. Invaluable, I'm seeing, actually.
For this, especially with it being nice thin lines, they'll come out really easily when you...
It's right tool for the job. I'm just going to, because a lot of you are asking about this. So let me just show you. Here we go. This is your yellow option. We've shown you blue options and white options before. I don't know if we've ever shown you the yellow one, but there you go. As I press there you go. That comes out. And then if you press that end, you can push it all the way back in. So, you know, if you're storing it, you don't, it's not going to snap off. Ding, 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 ding.
No, we don't want that.
Fab. Look at that. And then just press it in. So, and you get refills. You get 6 refills.
Yeah,
with
I've got the little
well.
refills there. There you go.
It is like one of those pens that you used to have when you were a kid, but just for fabric.
I love it. I just like
Did you have those refillable pencils when you were a kid?
Yeah, and they also had the ones that you used to pop in at the top, didn't you? And they used to work their way down.
Yeah,
I love those.
Yeah. Now, we've only got a few minutes left with you stitching, and then I'm just going to take you back and show you everything that we've got, because I realise we've had quite a few things on the show. It's been quite a busy show.
We've had lots of things on the show today. Okay, so I finished that line of stitching there. So again, I'm just going to repeat that down the other side. So I'm not going to do that for you, but that would be that root. Lovely. With the same thread coming all the way back up.
And again, you haven't touched where that crosses, you haven't touched.
But you can see here in the centre particularly how these lines are starting to radiate out.
Yeah, hence the
inspiration. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and do the last line of stitching for you, and then you're pretty much done on your hemp stitch. Okay, so again, I've got another colour. Again, this is purely just so you go, oh, I remember how I did that.
But actually, I really like it.
It is. It's nice.
I might be tempted to do it in a rainbow.
Oh, lovely.
I do like a lot of colour.
It would be nice. I mean, I'm only doing 2 sections here, but then you can just keep going. It's a repeatable pattern, and that's what really, when you really go, oh, that's delightful.
Do you know what I would actually also be tempted to do is have these as feature blocks in a quilt?
Yes. Yes.
Wouldn't that be lovely? And then maybe do a white one so that when you have these, they really pop.
Yeah, yeah.
Just do a navy and white, a monochrome, but then have...
your coloured stitching, maybe. Yes. Especially if you're doing like these little practicals. I'm literally eating my way through the page on that book, and just doing little sample pieces like this could turn into a beautiful quilt because it's all patches. It'd just be divine. And before I show you the last stitch, because it is a really simple one, I haven't showed you how to tie off.
Oh
yet,
yeah, no, that's quite vital. Yeah.
So how you would do that? So I've kept this needle on my thread for you. All you need to do is go through the last stitch. So I'll just wait for you to come to me. Okay. So I've got my last stitch here. So I'm going through the last stitch. Okay. So you create a loop. And you're literally just going to feed that needle back through that loop. So it's almost like a slip knot. So this is where you need to be careful, guys, because you don't want to pull your stitches too much. Right. So I'm just going to do that once, do that twice. I'm just feeding the back of the needle through twice. And again, this is where you want to really keep hold of that because you don't want to be pulling it. Backwards and forwards, backwards and forwards. And once you've done that, then you can ready to snip. Okay. Okay, so that's how you tie off your Sashiko stitching, all right? Okay, so the last line of stitching, so before we go, now we are connecting these points together, but some that you don't. So here, where the diamond shape would be, so if I just bring that in for a moment, these are the connecting ones. So there's our diamond shape. Let me come to you, sorry. So here is our diamond shape. And we're going to sew towards that section, but you can see I'm not sewing there. Right. And then in the centre, I come towards our radiating light, and then I repeat further down there. So I'm just going to show you that quick stitch.
I'm going to leave you.
Fine,
I'm going to show you, get you going, and then I'm going to leave you to do that because we're fast running out of time.
We are.
That's just how these
shows
go.
It's my fault for trying to stick too much in.
Okay, so
let's do that very quick. Skippity skip. So again, just making sure. Let me pull that through so I can show you very quickly.
Do you bother tying that off, or do you just go underneath and come
so what
through?
You would do, good question, Tash, very, very good question, is you would skip, so you would leave a bagging thread before you go on to the other side, but again, making sure that your stitches are not touching here or here, so that's the golden rule. So you just need to do that and you're done. That's your head stitch.
Awesome. You're going to be back with us in an hour's time, and we're making the most, well, everything that you need for small people. So cute. Really, really cute. Thank you
See you in a bit.
so much. I'll see you in a bit.
Okay.
That looks gorgeous.
Yoink.
Just taking, oh.
She's set now. She's off.
I've got, right, okay. Let me show you. Gosh, there's so much, isn't there? Now, here are the skeins that I just wanted to show you very quickly. 800 meters in that top packet alone. Top left is 800 meters in there. You get a full rainbow. And then, on top of that, you get so much more. Let's take a look, because this is 4 deep. In that top packet, that just shows you the reds. But look. Oh, I love it. Isn't that gorgeous? So that's how that goes, all through there. You get every colour under the sun in there. Now, some of the stitches that we looked at, as Jenniffer said, would look beautiful if you did them with a variegated thread. And that's what you're getting with your taffy pull. And again, just look at that sheen on there. Absolutely gorgeous. This is your top-notch, top-quality thread here with your sublime stitching. And then there's your frosting. You also get that. And you're also getting your classics. You're going to use that white, that green, and that red, especially if you're working on the navy as well. So that's $33.95. Now, the hoops, I think we've all decided that these would look gorgeous displayed in the hoops. So you're getting 4 different hoops and 2 packs of needles in there as well. 2 packs, that's a lot of needles. Now, all of that is coming in at $15.95. That's very inexpensive art by the time that you get that up and about. Now, we've also got for you the fabric. If you want your plain navy, that's $3.25 per half a metre. So that's your plain navy. If you want one that has a little bit of texture to it, then that's $4.95. So here we go. This is the most popular out of the 2 fabrics because look, it's just got that little bit more depth to it. Entirely up to you which one you want to go for. I love this one, I have to say, $4.95. But you see, 1/2 metre will do all of those hoops. It's just brilliant. It's great value for money, this. And of course, if you missed out on the bundle, but you need that Sashiko book, we've still got stock of this. Now, this is $8.95, DGMZ 28 for this one. I'll be back in just a moment. See you in a second.
Join us on Facebook. Simply search for The Sewing Quarter and like our page for the latest news and more.
Today I'm going to be showing you how to do the herringbone stitch. This is a stitch that's used for holding 2 layers of fabric together, and its construction makes it ideal for things like stretch fabrics because the stitches will move with the cloth. It's also a really nice decorative stitch. So I'm going to start with my needle and thread. Now I'm actually using embroidery thread so you can see what I'm doing, and I've also put a knot in the end. So starting from the wrong side of the fabric, we're going to go through to the top. And we're actually going to be working from left to right, but you can also work right to left, whatever's comfortable for you. And we're going to start with a diagonal stitch going up. So that's our first stitch. Now you're going to come back on yourself and to the left of that stitch, but this time we're going to come down. You want to try and keep this as even as possible, so you can see that we've created our first cross. Now again, going from the left to the right, we're going to create our stitch. So you can see we've got a cross there and a cross there. So there we have our herringbone stitch.
When you spend £10 on your first purchase, you will receive this free sewing kit from the Sewing Quarter worth £14.99.
Join us on Tuesday the 6th of June when Jenniffer Taylor will be introducing us to the art of Sashiko. Sashiko is a hand sewing technique that began in ancient Japan. Originally as a way of repairing and mending, Sashiko has evolved into an art form, and Jenniffer will be demonstrating how to achieve the beautiful geometric shapes and patterns. So, join Jenniffer Taylor on Tuesday the 6th of June at 9 AM for the art of Sashiko, only on Sewing Quarter, Freeview Channel 78.
Hello, welcome back. Now, this is monochrome hour. What kind of? It's Marvellous Monochrome, that's what we've called it. We've got black and white basically in every kit, but then we've thrown in that jolt of colour, which is just fabulous. Now, let's have a, which, do you want to go start this one? Okay, now, I've just had half term off with my little boy, and it's given me time to actually sit down and have a go at this quilting. And what I realise is that actually once you actually start having a go, it's about the colours, isn't it? It's always about the colours. And I think what scares a lot of people is getting the colour combinations right. So that's what we've done for you here, is get those combinations that just look gorgeous. So if I just hold that up like that, you can see already the colour combinations work. So you are getting 2.5 meters of fabric. That's a lot of fabric for under £20. That could be your quilt for under £20. That's great value for money. So SHGC12 is your code to get this. I'm gonna throw these open so that we can see all of them in all its glory. Because actually sometimes, you know, we fold them up really beautifully. I say we fold them up really beautifully. Amy folded them up really beautifully. But I want you to see exactly how much that is, because it's a huge amount of fabric. And now this, when we brought the monochromes by themselves, I do believe that this one was one of the best sellers. Wasn't it? It did nearly sell out. We've obviously got it back in stock. But look at this. Oh, do you want to go through them quickly? And then, so that gives you an idea of how much 2.5 meters is going to be. And that's how your colour combinations go. Yeah. So 1945 SHGC12. Grab them while you can. I'll go through each bundle and then we'll recap them. Ooh, oh, newsprint next. Oh, this is, are we going to this because this is your favourite, Producer Paul? Yeah, he says basically. He says that he's producing, therefore we'll do his favourite. Can't argue with that, can you? Okay, so, again, 2.5 meters. This, we say it's newsprint, but the actual words, which are very easy to read, by the way, are all your notions, your sewing notions. So it's got, hang on, let me read it from here. I'm going to throw it out in just a minute. But it's got sketch, stitch, applique, cotton, sew, iron, thread, bobbin, quilting, linen, couture. It's all on there. There you go. You can, yeah, grab a quick look at that and then I'll move it. Oh, upside down. Let me swing it around for you. But I just want you to see how easy they are to actually read. There you go. So really, I mean, they really do make it very easy to read, but from afar looks like newsprint. So it's only when you get in. I like this. I like the quirkiness. I like the fact that it's only once you get in nice and close that you can actually read all sorts on there. Okay, so you get it white on black. Here we go. Yeah, but then you see from a long way, it just looks like a sort of pinstripe, doesn't it? That's a lot of fabric, isn't it? And then you're also getting, there you go, the other way round. So you'll get the black on white. There you go. Ivory, charcoal grey. What's the other grey? Glacier grey. Woo, nice. It's a lot of fabric, isn't it? So entirely up to you. Maybe you just want to go crazy and have a whole load of colour. This is going to be great for a boys' room. Do you know what we say? Obviously, this is a perfect bundle because you're getting so much for your patchwork and quilting. But there's no reason. When I see this particular fabric, I think there's no reason why you can't do music bags. You know, if you've got any kids that do any sort of music or anything like that, play any sort of instrument, then why not make them a bag to keep their, you know, a book bag for all of their music scores in. So bright red, apple green, and emerald green, and turquoise. And then, of course, your musical notes. I'm going to throw that out as well. I just want you to see how gorgeous these look. Yes. Oh, yes. Yeah. Now, the last one that we've got for you, just want to make this all look nice. I have a thing, you see, once I start, I want it all to look lovely, because these musical notes, look how much you've got there. You could easily get a bag out of that there. Lovely. There you go. That's what you're getting there. Now, the last one. Oh, these are your blues. I like these a lot. Here we go. Oh, they're saying upstairs. Boys are saying upstairs, surely the blues should go the musical notes. You're playing the blues. If only we'd thought. Now, here we go. You're getting 3 different blues and your squares. Isn't that fab? Great colours there. All of these for 1945, NRGC 58. This has got to be cornflower blue, surely. Producer Paul? Baby blue? Blue sea. It is cornflower blue. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. Look at that. That's your cornflower blue. Isn't that pretty? Just love that. And then that is... Do you know what? It doesn't matter which bundle you get. You could mix and match the bundles and it would work. That's what we've done for you. They could, yeah, they could all go together. So it doesn't have to be that, you know, you just buy one. If you wanted to, you know, buy some others and get them to work together. For example, like this one here, the blue pack here, if I go and pop it next to the script one there, can you see how that all works beautifully together? Could all work together a treat. So the details at the bottom for the newsprint and for the monochrome blue details there. But you see, it works, doesn't it? You could work. Now, what if, I'm going to put your monochromes over there, what if you wanted to go blue and pink? Controversial. Then throw in your scallops. How about that? That works, doesn't it? Yeah, now you get vintage pink, damson, and you're also getting, now some kind of purple. What? Forest fruits, that is the forest fruits. I'm getting there with them. So antique pink, damson, forest fruits. And of course you also get your scallop through there as well. Now, I love these. These, oh, they just make me feel so happy. I like a lot. Right, so let's put that one there because we're going to have a little play with something else. Something that you know that I love. Well, and all our guests love as well. So we're going to have a look at the circle cutter. There we go. Here we go. Let me grab some fabric. Ooh. In fact, I've got some fabrics here. I've got some old fabrics. So here we go. I'm ready. The Fiskars circle cutter is one of my favourite tools out there because I'm rubbish, quite frankly, at cutting a circle. Now, you can use the Fiskars circle cutter for cutting paper and for cutting fabric. You would just need a different blade. So as with your scissors, use one for fabric and then use one for your paper and card. So whether you're a multi-crafter, as it were, if you do some paper crafts as well, then you can use this, but just get a separate blade. So the Fiskars circle cutter is absolutely fab. This is what it is. I absolutely love it. I first used this on a show. Normally, the rule of thumb would be never demo anything unless you've tried it beforehand. Not the case with this. It came on the show. One of our guests had it. I sort of shoved her out of the way and went, I've got to have a go with that. In the nicest possible way, you know, a gentle... and I've loved it ever since, because circles have always been the bane of my life. For example, I'm in the middle of making a yoga bag, but it calls for a circle. Now, you know, so many designers will say, well, that's absolutely fine, no problem with that. You know, all you need to do is just use a plate. Well, that's fine, but unfortunately, our plates at home are square. So, that's out. Or they're not the right size, blah, 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 blah. So that's where this is absolutely perfect. So what you do is, if you want the full circle, fold your fabric in half. Now, on this folded line here, you can see on the fabric cutter, you've got fabric fold line written there. There's your fabric fold line. You can follow the line along there, and then you get that center square there. And you're going to follow that line and put that directly on that fold line, like so. There we go. You've got little pointers on here, you can see. That keeps everything in place, so that's not going to shift, that's not going to move. Now, this is your cutter, okay? Now, if I show it you from that angle, that you can't see any blade, okay? No blade. This only engages the blade when the top is pressed. There. Can you see the blade? So as I press down on the top, that's the top. There you go, that's how the blade comes up. Now you'll also notice these two little notches. Those sit into the groove on here, okay? You've got corresponding marks on the top there, so you know from the top where you've got to line up. So if I want to do the largest circle, now the circles are in inches. It goes from 2 to 12 inches. Now that's a 2-inch finished circle. So it's a 2.5 inch that's cut. It'll give you a 2-inch finish. Now that is in that groove. I know it's not moving. It's not moving anywhere. I press down. Okay? And then I just move that around. Okay? Now you'll notice I'm not having to do anything awkward with my arm, because, look, that spins. So because that spins, I don't have to do anything awkward. It just goes around as it moves around. And then, and this is the magic. You ready? Yay! A perfect circle. Yes! Always a winner. Now, I said that you can do, what did I say you could do? Yes, so you can use this for paper as well. Get a separate blade. We don't always have the blades separately. So if you're after the blade separately, details are here. In fact, you know what? Just grab the blade anyway, and then you've got a spare. So $5.95 for your blade. There you go. Grab that. Oh yes. Don't miss out. Don't miss out on this. When you see it, get it. Whether you're getting a separate blade so that you can use it on a different texture, or whether you're getting it so that you've got a spare because, you know, you are going to be going circle crazy. $5.95. Very easy to change as well. I know because I had to. Look at this. See, it just gives you... Oh, when did you have to change it the other day, Producer Paul? Did you change it? Took 30 seconds to change, apparently. Easy. I'm just going... can I do another one? I'm going to. I love these. It just makes me so happy. Now, of course, if you wanted to just do... if you wanted to just do a semicircle, if you just wanted to do a rainbow, of course, you can do that as well. And in fact, it does show you down here, it says half circle seam allowance, and it does it, and it shows you there. So it's always allowing for that seam allowance as well. Of course, if you just want to do a half circle and no seam allowance, you just do it on that line there. Very, very clever. Now, I've gone, I'm going to go 8 here. And again, lining up these grooves there means that that just slots in there, press down, and off you go. Bink. Happy days. Perfect circles every time. I remember seeing ages ago the most beautiful quilt that was like cream fabric blocks with a circle of tilde fabric in the middle, and then vice versa. I thought, how on earth would you ever do that? This is how you would do it. Absolutely gorgeous. So, you know, you could do this with your monochrome, couldn't you? That'd be absolutely gorgeous. I need some blue. Have we got some blue? No, I'll go with red. Can I do one last cut? Because I'm creating something over here, Producer Paul. I'm sorry, but I've just got to do one last little cut. Well, I just wanted to show. Here we go. So my last one, I've done 12, 10, I've done 8. Let me do a 6-inch. Now, I was just thinking, you know those of you that manage... Whoop, hang on. Helps if I actually press down on it properly. Let me show you that again. If you... There we go. Find your crease. Yeah, do lay your fabric out properly. I'm just... I'm doing this as a rush because I know I've got to move on. What is it? Less speed, more haste, or more haste, less speed? Which way round does it go? Does anyone ever remember? So press down, round it goes. There you go. Oh, okay. I've done it in a rush again, haven't I? Line it up again. If that happens, you can just line it up. Ba, 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 ba. There we go. Actually, do you know, I would cut that another one. But look, you get the effect. I was rushing. Don't rush when you do this. And you see, look, you can start to get... Now, you see, if I'd have done those as half circles, then I start to get a rainbow effect, which I just love. Absolutely love. Now, the most popular out of all the bundles, let's put that to one side, is the blue one. So you could do... Oh. Here we go. Woohoo! So with the blue, you are getting 2.5 meters of gorgeous fabric. You've got your cornflower. This is your cornflower here. One of my favourite flowers, that cornflower. So pretty. Such a soft blue, isn't it? Really pretty. That's your cornflower. Then you've got your monochrome there. Your baby blue. is up here. This is your baby blue. Nice. Then you've got more of your monochrome. So you've always got the opposites of whichever way round it goes. And then this one, which one was this? Was this ocean blue? Blue sea. Cornflower. Cornflower there, or there. There we go, that's your cornflower. Oh, look, you've put it on my iPad. Well done, Producer Paul. There's your cornflower. Baby blue. Blue sea. There. Gorgeous. 1945. Half a metre of each of these. That is plenty to get going with. That's a whole quilt in one big fabric bundle. Bosh, done. Lovely. Which one should we look at next? Oh, which is my favourite? So Producer Paul's favourite is the newsprint. Well, let's look at that one next then, as that's your favourite, Producer Paul. Here we go. Let's move that across to there. Because, and I'll keep it this way round, because then you can actually read the newsprint. Which isn't actually newsprint, it's actually all of those things that we need and love when we're into our sewing. Yeah. So we've got on here cotton, sew, iron, thread, bobbin, quilting, linen, couture, sketch, stitch, applique, textile, swatch, design, drape, hemmed, sewing, buttons, scissors, thimble, ribbon, all sorts of words in here. And you are getting, yeah. Isn't this great? So you've got, here you go, this is your charcoal at the back there. You've got your black on white and your white on black. So again, you're getting your monochromes both ways. You've also got, what else have I got? Glacier grey. Nice, that's that cool grey there. That's your glacier grey. And then you've also got your ivory through there as well. So this is your classic, isn't it? It is like an old newspaper that you could create. You know, you could sort of, you know when we brought you the Tim Holtz fabric? That's kind of what this reminds me of a little bit. Sort of a bit retro-y, a little bit of a more of a male feel to it, but also classic. I like it an awful lot, I have to say. I really do, look at that. Because that grey, it's all such a different look. So just a whole look depending on which way round you do things. I like it. Because of course right at the top, I've got that charcoal. But actually, the weird thing is that where you've got from afar the black on white, no, the white on black rather, the charcoal sort of looks like it's the same sort of tone. If you do look from it from afar, but then you get close up and you see that it's not. When we have experts like Andrew Atwood's big on this, is about looking at your tones. So you've got your darks, you've got your mid-range, you've got your lights. So you've got all of those. If you're looking at doing quilts where you really want to get different textures and different, just different effects from having your different colours, then these are brilliant to have. Absolutely brilliant. You know, I keep thinking there's someone walking in the studio. It's not. It's the mannequins off the last show. They're just sat in the corner of the studio. And every now and then out the corner of my eye, I'm like, oh, who's come in? It's not. It's the mannequins. Right. Now then, let me show you the next one. I can't decide which is my favourite. It's a real tough call today, Producer Paul. But I think maybe the scallops. I don't know, because that's got one of my favourite colours. Oh, it's so tricky. I would be that person that would need more than one. I am fabric greedy, quite frankly. Now, when we brought the monochromes to you a couple of weeks ago, just as they were in all their glory, the scallops were so popular. But look how different they are. Let me just unfold this a little bit for you. Now, this might do funny things to your screen, but just such a different effect. Now, I'm sorry if that's going to strobe a little bit. Let me just get rid of that thread. How can just flipping the colours be so different? 2.5 meters in total of fabric. This is a huge bundle of fabric here. Producer Paul says it's a bundle of joy. I think he's talking about himself again. Just a big bundle of joy, aren't you, Producer Paul? He doesn't think he's ever been called a bundle of joy. Hey. Now, this is your antique rose. What other colours have I got in there? Damson. Oh, vintage pink, sorry. I'm just making up names now. Vintage pink, damson, and your forest fruits. Yeah. Oh, Producer Paul wants me to waft Miss Scallops. Aye, aye. Let's have a look. They do look so different, don't they? So this is your, let's have a, that's your black on, white on black. Yeah. So this way the scallops are very, very prominent. But when you flip it, it's kind of more discreet. This is the only one where it's like this so dramatically. There you go. Oh, that and the fact that I'm holding it upside down. Do you want me to turn the scallops around? They're still scallops, you know, even if they are upside down. There you go. It's just a more gentle scallop, isn't it? Just more subtle, more gentle. Just giving you a little texture, but it's not in your face. 1945, SHGC 12, 2.5 meters of fabric for under £20. Ah, yes. Ooh, I like these. Now, hang on. Let me pop that there. There are Miss Scallops there. And the next one that we're going to look at is the musical notes. Now, I think everybody knows someone musical in their lives, right? Everybody does. Whether it's someone who plays the piano, plays the guitar, trumpet, I don't know, you know, whatever it is. Or maybe they just sing, you know, maybe they're singers, or they just love their music. You know, we've all got those friends that have the most enormous record collection. Now, we have here turquoise, which is this gorgeous one. That's your turquoise. Doesn't that look great with that monochrome? Just love it. It just pops. We've got semi-quavers, quavers, all sorts in there. Now, then you've got your apple green. Oh, emerald green. I want to call it apple green. It's not, it's your emerald green. All of these big, bold colours work, don't they, so well with these monochromes. You might not want to all use these ones together. You might want to just, you know, do some bags and have linings in bright colours. Let me move these out the way. And then you can see them. Yeah. Now, some of you multi-buying, just be aware that when you are multi-buying, you will get two, these are already been cut. Okay, so you'll get 2 lots with them cut in ½ meters. Look at this, just a quick note on that. Yeah, a quick note. Sorry. There, look at that. I love these colours together. Do you know, when I saw this, because we see these on a computer screen first, much like a lot of you do. And And I have to say, the computer screen distorted the colours, but I love these. But there's kind of a retro feel about these colours together. Yeah, look at that. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. We like. Ooh. Hey, producer Paul, you know you said that you could work with different ones together. I'm just looking at, look at that blue next to those purples, next to the scallops. I quite like that. Ooh. Anyway, I digress. Right, so let's have a look at that circle cutter. A lot of you saying, can we see that circle cutter? It doesn't matter how many times we show you that circle cutter. It just is an absolute joy. So let me show you how easy it is to use again. Now, the thing with the circle cutter is it's always very popular because circles are just the hardest things to cut. They are. It doesn't matter who you ask, they will all tell you. Circles are one of the hardest things to cut. So, let's take that and change it for you. So now, oh, a message. Who's the message from? Oh, Petra. Hello, Petra. She says, hi all. I'm enjoying my birthday, which I share with my daughter, watching Sewing Quarter. Happy Tuesday all. Hey, look, Petra, happy birthday. Fab. And happy birthday to your daughter as well. Have a lovely day. Thank you very much for your emails, by the way. We've got another one. Oh, an email. Teresa says, she says what, sorry? Oh, there's a photo of a quilt. Oh, yeah, let's have a look at this. Oh, made from music mad granddaughter. Oh, yeah, look, there's a... Oh, there's your notes. Oh, fab. That's going to look amazing. Oh, well done, Teresa. Good job. Very good job. Thank you for sharing your makes. This is what I'm realising. The more that I work here is just how supportive everybody is. You know, I was really nervous. Like, I'm not a brilliant quilter. I've just made my first proper quilt rather than just cushions and what have you. And, you know, I debated whether or not to put it up on social media. But the support I got was really, really lovely. It wasn't finished well. It wasn't even straight. But the support was absolutely lovely. And thank you for that. And that's what's lovely is that then you show us. It's like a safe place, isn't it, to share your makes because it's just really lovely. That is brilliant. It's going to look stunning. Now, oh, another message. Jeanette's messaged in. What she said? Not yet. I've still got Petra's. Still got Petra's. Oh, she received her circle cutter yesterday. Excellent. Well, let me show you. Okay, so you've got grooves at inch intervals along the bottom there. Now, because I want to cut a whole circle, I've lined up my my fabric fold line. It says there, fabric fold line. I've lined that up along, hey, my fabric fold. Then, this little bit here, let me show you. I don't know how to show it. There. Can you see? There. Can you see? That is in line with that, which is going to show me how to slot those grooves into there. And then when I press down, the blade is activated. Okay? So press down, and then you start to go round. But you see, it's just fab. Round it goes. And there it is. Cut to perfection. Love it. Love it, love it. Now, I've done it as a whole circle, but of course if you just did it as a half circle, look, see that's just cut on today's show. But So you could do entire rainbow quilts. Chop it in half, do it however you wish. You could do it that way. So however you want to do it, but this is what it's doing. So then you could also do, because so it could look like planet. You could do planets with like planet rings. Yeah, you could do the rings of Saturn, couldn't you? That is why the circle cutter is brilliant and should be in everybody's stash kit. Cameraman Richard, what would you make with it?
Beach balls.
Beach balls. You could, because you could then cut and then cut a circle. Reverse it. Hang on. So cut a circle out of the middle. Hang on. They're getting you see, this is it, isn't it? The boys upstairs. So the boys today, we've got producer Paul upstairs producing, as his name suggests, and we've got director Tim with us today, and they're now getting and then you could do this and you could do that. Normally it's me that gets overexcited with ideas, but today it's the chaps upstairs. Now, we hate waste, so if you're going to cover up the middle, then take that out. Okay, so then you wanted rings of Saturn, then we can do that. And you wanted a reverse applique. So the boys upstairs said you could do reverse applique. There. That does it. And then you've got nothing is wasted, because then you could have cut out a bigger green and then done the opposite. Woohoo! It does look like a target, doesn't it? Oh, I quite like those together. Yeah. Now, basically, if you want a whole rainbow of fabric, do check out the website, because, sorry, I'm getting distracted, I'm playing. We've got, on our website, we've got a full range of fabrics, just by the half metre, plain fabrics. So head to the website. There we are, live. So if you're watching, then that's where we are. But you see down the side, go to the side, go to shop, and it's got plain fabric by length. The very first top option, top left-hand side. And when you click on that, woohoo! There they are. 102 different plain products for you there. Obviously, we didn't put them in rainbow order. That would have been too easy. But there we go. Now, if you'd like to get in touch with us, because it is just me this hour, Jennifer's going to be back next hour, but if you'd like to get in touch, here's how. On the website again, where you watch, underneath is a little box that says message the studio. Some of you already got involved today, thank you ever so much. There's your message to studio, send us a little message, that comes straight through. You'll notice I've got a tablet on the set with me. So your messages come down to there. So I can just read them straight off, which is lovely. If you've got lots to say, then email in, which is studio@sewingquarter.com. And below that, everything that you see on the show today. It's like your quick reference guide. It's all there. It's all there. Anything that we have stock left of, it's all there. You know I haven't cut, and that's the very iddly biddliest, tiniest of circles. Shall I do that very quickly before we move on? Yeah, because otherwise I know there will be cynics at home sitting there going, oh, you've only done the big circles. Does that mean that it won't do the little ones? Of course it does the little ones. Of course it does. Let me show you. Here we go. So again, now obviously if you're at home, you might actually like trim down your fabric or whatever, make your life easier than I'm doing here. There's my fabric line there. So again, this is going to make all of those little circles, big circles, any circles, really easy. Now you see, that's in. My hands not having to change around because that moves. Very, very popular. Every time we bring it to air, there it is, done. That's a 3-inch square. Circle, what am I talking about? It's a circle cutter, hello. Spot the deliberate mistake. There we go, there's your circle. So let's pop that in there. So there we go, live on air, all of those done. Wouldn't that look amazing in monochrome? Wouldn't that just look fab in your monochrome? Now, we just rummaged through our scrap box and just got whatever scraps we could find, which is why the colours, they don't particularly go. But if that is working like that in colours that we just grabbed out the scrap box, imagine how awesome that is going to look when you actually work it with colours that go. Has music overtaken and become the most popular? Hey, get that. Right, there's your music. Do you think it's because it's got all those bright colours in? Or do you think it's because there are lots of you at home with music? Well, like the lady that sent in the photo of her quilt for her music crazy grandchild. Which is it? Have you already got a project in mind? Message me, let me know. Which is it? Are you making for yourself? Who are you making for with this? What are you making? Because we've just sort of assumed that it would be quilts. But actually, can't assume that, can you? There are lots of different things to make with. Once you've got your fabric, you've got your fabric. And this is a lot of fabric. 2.5 meters of fabric, huge amount. 1945, ARGC 32. Don't forget that red. Whee! All of those 0.5 meters of each of these fabrics. Look at that. Oh, yeah, look at those. See, they just all work, don't they, together? Look at that. I like a lot. Yeah. And you can see the black and white. Do you want to see those next to each other? Because actually sometimes it's nice just to get the complete opposite, isn't it? Let's have a look. Oh, you see, you get a different feel when you take the red out, actually. This is a really strange bundle because you do get, as soon as that red's taken out, completely different feel. Red in. Woohoo! Red out. Different. Ooh. Right, here we go. It's your fabric hokey cokey. Yeah, now. I love these two together as the difference. Brilliant, just brilliant. Really striking. You could do a reversible something or another, couldn't you? Yeah. Oh, yeah. I like this a lot. What a great bundle. Under 20 quid for all of that fabric. All of this fabric. 0.5 meter of each. That's a lot. Oh, the most popular is the scallop. God, it's ever changing, isn't it? Should we have a look? Come over here, scallop. Which is your? Oh no, producer boy. Yours is the. Your favourites is the text, isn't it? the newsprinty one. Now hang on. Even if you're buying 2 of these, you get 2 lots of half meters. You know who is a musician that we've completely ignored in our midst today? And that's our cameraman. Big musician, aren't you, Richard? Yeah. Well, we know which one your favourite would be then, don't we? But I think my favourite today is this one with the scallops. You know what we were saying about the difference between the pairs like that? Here we go. So there are your scallops. You can just see how the white on the black is so striking, isn't it? But then that one there is just a little more subtle. Now the colours that we're looking at, we've got vintage pink, that's your damson, and that's your forest fruits. I love these together. Oh, there. It's just a treat. All works so beautifully. This is in the lead. This is the most popular one now this hour. Was music. Now, if you've got it in your baskets, please check out. Remember, it's 1 P&P per day, $2.95 per day for your P&P. So it doesn't matter how many times you check out. You might have already gone for your Sashiko books and everything this morning, but now you need a big bundle of fabric. We're not here to judge. Go for it. It doesn't matter how many times you check out. The way that we work with our P&P is very different to our other channels, other places, is that we will only charge you 1 P&P per day. No matter how many times you check out, no matter how many times you fill that basket and check out, no matter how many items you put in your basket, you will only be charged $2.95 per day. Everything gets added up that you've checked out throughout the day, and then at midnight they just apply a $2.95 fee. So even if you bought 20 sewing machines, 16 meters of fabric, it doesn't matter, and 10 pairs of scissors, it doesn't matter, all of that would come to you for just $2.95 P&P. Good, isn't it? Really good. If you need help with anything, then give our free Phone UK call centre a ring, 0800 112 4433. It's a free phone number. It's not going to cost you a penny to call, and our service team there are ready to help, all based in the UK, able to help. So maybe, maybe like me, you're not great with computers, just give them a call. It's not going to cost you a penny to ring them at all. Now, I did mention a sewing machine. Have we got one? Oh, now take a look at this. It's just coming up on your screens in well, it will do in a second. Any second now. Now, you know how we use various sewing machines on each of the shows? We have our stable of sewing machines are the Elna sewing machines. So we always use Elna at the moment. And if you've seen us using, sewing machines, think, oh crikey, what do I need? And you're after a sewing machine just to get you going. This is a great one. £449 is your Elna 240 EX sewing machine, 23 stitches, including a one-step buttonhole and a range of utility and decorative stitches. You've got your needle threader. You've got the ability to drop your feed dogs for, feed dogs for your free motion embroidery, like we were discussing earlier. We had the embroidery book, the quilting book rather, that said, use your feed dogs up, drop them, doesn't matter. And you've got your free arm for sewing sleeves, and you've got that extra high presser foot lift. So when you are trying to put layers of fabric through like a quilt, you can get that extra bit of lift to put that fabric underneath. So this is a great entry-level machine here. Now the next one is the Elna 340. Now here, you're getting 26 stitches, including your one-step buttonhole, and a wide range of utility and decorative stitches. So both of these machines give you a great starting point here. You've got your horizontal bobbin with your transparent cover so that you can see when you're going to run out of bobbin thread. You've got your drop for the free dogs, and you've got your automatic needle threader, your strong needle penetration there on all fabrics, and you've also got your wide range of accessories that's coming with it, and that is £259. Now, this is one that we use an awful lot. Producer Paul, can we check that price on the first one? Just check that price on the first one that we showed. Now, the Elna 540EX, now this is a computerized machine. You've got 50 built-in stitches, including 3 styles of buttonhole and a range of utility stitches. Again, you've got that horizontal bobbin. Again, you've got the built-in needle threader, up and down needle facility. So when we say, and then leave your needle down so that you can turn your fabric on a corner, it's got that facility. You've got your hard cover with this and your presser foot adjustable pressure. To name but a few, this is just like a little summary of some of the key points that we've enjoyed with these machines. Now the next one is the super duper 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 that lots of our guests will absolutely crave and request. Now you see, we give you the full range so that wherever you're at with either you're starting or whether you're looking for that next machine or whether you're looking at one that's handy to take away on sewing weekends or workshops and you don't want to pay the earth, then we've got everything covered. This is our super duper duper one. It's got 170 built-in stitches there. You've got alphabets, you've got numbers, you've got 10 styles of buttonholes. You've also got here, now this has the larger 9mm stitch width. What that means is that with those decorative stitches, you can get wider stitches. You also get that larger workspace as well, which is perfect for those bigger projects. Now, what I love with this, absolutely love with this machine is the automatic thread cutting. It saves time, it saves thread, brilliant. 91 needle positions, and you can pivot pin for circular sewing. So say you want to do the quilts that we've just discussed with your circle cutter, you've got that pivoting that you can get with this machine. So you can sew in a perfect circle, which is just great. Now there's lots of information on the web. So if you're after a sewing machine, and we just, there we go. That's it, £2.95. to get that brought home to you for a fully computerized. That's the 680. We love that one. There's more information, what they come with, things like that. There you go. I would say if you're going for a sewing machine, go for the one, firstly, that you can afford. Secondly, the one that is for the sewer you want to become, not necessarily where you're already at. Because then it gives you that incentive to try new things. So say you splashed out, say you went for the big one, and it's got that ability to sew in circles and things like that, because you've got the pivot point. That might be something that you'd never have even thought of doing, or alphabets in stitches. So then you could start to personalise your quilts, things that you wouldn't necessarily have done. But go for the one that is for the sewer you want to become. And you'll get there. Brilliant. Now, which fabric haven't we looked at? The blues. The newsprint. Producer Paul, your favourite. Let's take a look at this. Now, this has a very different feel, depending on... Here you go. This is, we've called this show Marvellous Monochrome, but for me, this is the only true monochrome collection, is this one here. This got your newsprint effect. Look at that. So, this is your black on white, traditional print. This is your white on black. Then you've got your ivory there. You've got your glacier grey there. And here you've got your charcoal grey. So you've got those mid-tone greys. You've got bright white, not bright whites, your bright lights in there, and you've got all kinds of tones going on with this. So this is a great one to really experiment. If you're quilting and you want to just get different effects with different shades, then go for this. WVGC 32, 1945. Yes. Oh, Jenniffer Taylor's just come in. She's waiting in the wings. Hello. Just you wait till we see what we've got coming up next hour. So that is your monochrome there. And last but by no means least, We haven't seen much of this one, have we? This is your blue. I love the blue. It's just peaceful. Now, cool colours, your blues, isn't it? It's your lovely cool colours. So this is your baby blue. You've got your black on white and your white on black. Obviously, they're reversible. Then this one here is your sea blue, and this is your cornflower. Look at that. That's your cornflower blue coming in there. Lovely. What a great selection there. So 1945, NRGC 58. What would you like wafted, Producer Paul? The which one? This one? Why not? Haven't really seen this one. What I like about this is that the squares aren't perfect. So, you know, you're not going to have to line things up perfectly because they're not perfect. Now, how many of you managed to get your fabric marker pens the other day? Yeah, this is the fabric that makes me think. Just go in and just colour in a little square here and there. Just add a little splash of colour. Did they sell out again, Producer Paul? How many minutes? Because they sold out in like 11 minutes the first time we brought them to air. Did you? They sold out in 6 minutes and you only had half the stock. Oh my goodness. They are popular. Everybody loves to colour. And I think this is what would be perfect. If you bought those, just go for it. Beautiful. 1945 for this whole bundle. 2.5 metres. 2.5 metres. How many cushions could you get out of 2.5 metres? It's a lot. It's an awful lot. These are fabulous bundles put together with quilting primarily in mind, but that doesn't mean to say that it has to be. It can just be a stash booster. Then you've got it there. Look, you've got 3 different shades of blue in this, and then you've got your monochrome. So it might be that you don't even want to use them all together. You want to use them on separate projects. You just want to get that big boost of fabric into your stash. However you want to use it, it is entirely up to you. 1945 NRGC 58. Yay! Last look at which one? Oh, the circle cutter. Now, the circle cutter has always been a favourite. And just today, just in this show today, we've cut out, you can see, perfect circle. Da-da-da, perfect circle there. There. And you see, all of these have been cut out using our circle cutter. There you go. Maybe you want to do it like that. Oh, you know the middle of peacock feathers. You could do one, couldn't you? Sort of look. You could do that in blues, couldn't you? And this is all using the circle cutter. All made popular, well, possible because of the circle cutter. Very, very simple. Don't forget we've got the replacement blades as well. We don't always have those when we bring this to air. So when you see it, please do make sure that you pop those circle cutters in your basket as well. So this is your blade. This is where your blade goes in there. Very simple to replace. But it's only, there you go. That's only engaged when you press down. So it makes it nice and safe to have around. $31.95, all the circles you could ever possibly wish. There you go. So SYGQ 96 for your circle cutter that we've seen time and time again, just cuts perfect circles every time. It's a really handy piece to have in your kit. If you're getting a replacement blade, maybe have one for fabric and then one for paper, then you're done. Now, thank you for everyone that's joined us this morning. Jenniffer Taylor will be up just after 11 o'clock in a few minutes, bringing us a gorgeous little sundress and sun hat, because we will get summer back. We will. Yes, we will. But obviously at Sewing Quarter, we don't mention all of the events that have been going on, but they are hard to ignore, everything that's been happening in the news and the media of late. So at 11 o'clock, we will be joining the rest of the country in observing a minute's silence to pay our deepest respects and sympathies to those who have shown incredible bravery, have lost loved ones, and just to pay our respects given everything that's going on around us at the moment. So if you would just like to join us at 11 o'clock, then please do. After that, we'll have Jenniffer Taylor back and normal service will resume. So we'll be back in just a few moments.
Follow us on Instagram. Search for our Sewing Quarter page and follow us to get our latest posts. It's easy to buy the products you see on our shows. To buy any of the items featured on today's programmes, just head over to our website www.sewingquarter.com. Click on the video stream and you'll be taken to our watch page. Here you'll find the product that is on air right now at the top of the page. Beneath that, you'll find all the products demonstrated in this morning's shows. To add an item to your basket, simply log into your account or register with us. Then you can either check out or keep shopping. Remember, our flat rate delivery charge lets you shop all day and check out as many times as you like and only pay once for postage and packing. Only on Sewing Quarter, Freeview Channel 78.
For this tutorial, we're going to be doing something called a tacking stitch. Now it's very, very similar. In fact, it's the same as a running stitch, but this time it's going to be a lot bigger, so you can remove the stitches later because it's a temporary stitch. At the back, we're going to go through the front. So if I go through the fabric first, so this time you can see that I'm making these stitches a lot bigger because this is just a temporary stitch that I want to be able to remove a lot easier. If I just do another couple of stitches for you. So what you'll be able to do when you get at home and you want to remove the stitches, you should just be able to pull those out nice and easily.
Join us on Wednesday the 7th of June when Lucy Brennan will take you through a quilting block masterclass with the fabulous Free Spirit Ghost range of fabric. Lucy will be demonstrating how to create the bear paw block. This traditional block is a quilter's favourite as the design can be configured in many different ways to give a bold design to your quilting projects. Lucy will go through how to make the block with the beautiful Ghost range of fabric from designer Nell Watmore, who specialises in using natural elements in her fabric design. So, join Lucy Brennan on Wednesday the 7th of June at 9 AM for the bear paw block and wonderful fabrics. Only on Sewing Quarter, Freeview Channel 78.
Join us on Facebook. Simply search for the Sewing Quarter and like our page for the latest news and more.
Did you know there are multiple ways you can contact us, even if it's just to ask a question? Our friendly team are always on standby. You can call our customer service team at 0800 112 4433, email us at help@sewingquarter.com, visit our Facebook page, follow us on Instagram, follow us on Twitter at Sewing Quarter, and even message us through our website, and our presenters will answer your questions live on air. Don't forget, shopping with us is easy and simple. You can just contact us at 0800 112 4433 and speak to our UK-based call centre to place an order, or shop online with us at www.sewingquarter.com.
Welcome back to the Sewing Quarter. Now, I realise that we are bringing this to you on like the most wintry day. The weather's awful out there, but when the sun does come out, and it will, producer Paul's saying it will. I don't mind actually if it's horrible and wintry on a day that I'm in the studio. I don't feel like I'm missing out. But when the sun does come out, you need this in your life. You need the cutest of sun hats. Isn't that just gorgeous? Absolutely gorgeous. So we've got a little one's sun hat, and look, a little matching sundress. Isn't that just divine? Now, both of the patterns have come out of this brand new Today book. This is Home Sewn Nursery, and we absolutely, there we go, love it. I'll get it in shot somehow. Here we go. This is your Home Sewn Nursery. Things to note to start off with, because I know that a lot of you will be asking. In the back is a little pocket with all of the patterns. Now, this works out at being 75 pence per pattern. 75 pence per pattern. Look at this. So if you're expecting a little one, if you're expecting a little one in the family, if you've already got a little one in the family, maybe you're going to be a proud auntie or uncle, or a grandmother or grandfather, whatever way it's going to be. And can I just say congratulations to my cousin who's expecting her second. Yay! This is the book. This is the book. It is absolutely gorgeous, and we're going to take a real close look through this, because for 75p per project, you've got things in here that all little ones are going to love. And I know, because I've looked through this, and my son has had a lot of these, which I'd bought because I didn't know how to make them, and every single one has been a favourite. The Skittles and things like that, he absolutely loves. Never even thought of making them myself. Brilliant. Now I can. $14.95, SEMZ79. Now, what you're going to need, of course, are bundles of fabric. So let's take a look. Now, this dress here, obviously made out of one of our bundles today. So let me show you what we've got here. I mean, we're very generous here at the Sewing Quarter. We like to give you oodles and oodles. So you've got 1 metre of the anchor fabric there, and 1.5 meters of the denim there, and you've got elastic and thread. No, 1.5 meters. Let me just show you. $49.95. It's because that denim is a real good quality. Let me just show you how much you get for that denim. Look at that. All of that, like that. It's huge. I know. Now, itty bitty dress there.
That's a good salvage.
We are giving you a lot, and it does have a very wide selvage to selvage on this fabric. So you are getting plenty in there. So it's not just going to be one project or one project make and you're done with this. This is going to be a big stash booster as well. Don't forget your elastic and your thread, $49.95. Now, the next option, which I just think is so summery and beautiful, is your Tanya Whelan. Now, you get 1 meter of your crisscross, You see, I always think that this ends up looking like kind of a trellis in the garden. And then you see, you get the beautiful Tanya Whelan Lola Rose. Oh, now you see, this is another one. You've got to see the patterns on this. And again, you'll get 1.5 meters in there. But just look how pretty that is. Absolutely gorgeous. $37.95. FIGC 40. Now you'll notice the differences in prices for these bundles. The amount of fabric is exactly the same. We just have to go with, you know, if it's a more expensive fabric, obviously that puts the price up. So we've got a range, we've got a variety, hopefully to suit all pockets for you, and desires, and just, do you know what? That's a lot of fabric, whichever way you look at it. And you get your elastic and your thread as well. And then the last one that we've got, imagine the hat in this. You've got balloon hearts, 1.5 meters of your balloon hearts. Now this is from Studio E, which is one that we don't actually bring a lot of, but look. Woohoo! Isn't that fab? A little dress out of that, absolutely gorgeous. And a hat to match. And then you've got as your contrasting material 1 meter of your arrows. And your elastic and your thread. So $42.95 for that. Absolutely gorgeous. We love, love, love it. DLGC 62. Hurrah! Now, the lady that made these fabulous creations is, of course, the very talented Jenniffer Taylor. Hello. How are you doing?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm good, thank you very much. I love these.
It's so cute, isn't it?
Now you've got nieces and nephews and things like that.
I have. I've got 2 nephews and 1 niece. She's only about 9 months or something like that. So, but I'm just like, finally a girl. Because all my friends have had boys. I've got boys coming out of my ears, but no girls. So as soon as I saw the sundress, I went, right, that's it. So I'm making it with you in mind, Emmylou, you in mind. So I'm definitely going to be making that. That heart and arrows fabric, good combination, guys.
Yay!
Super cute.
It is super cute, and I feel
you were hoping the hat fits you, weren't you? You had a moment then, I could tell. You're like, can I? Should I?
I do have a... Actually, no, my head isn't that big.
I've got a ridiculously small head.
Have you?
Yes. I could easily get into the hat, I reckon.
What I realised, especially because, you know, big into my horses, was that actually I've got such a small head, I can actually fit a child-size riding hat on.
Does that make it cheaper?
Yeah, because you don't pay the VAT on it. So, result. Anyway, we digress. This is your home-sewn nursery.
Yeah. I love this one. It's so good.
There's the hat. Easy peasy sun hat. Was it easy peasy?
It is an easy peasy. Yeah. I'll show you some tips to get around it because with those sort of mitered corners, because it's 6 triangles almost sewn together, it's getting the point right. But once you've got, I'll show you how to do that. So yes, it's super easy peasy.
My son is the opposite to me. He has the biggest head in the world. We love hats in our house, and he has stolen my hat.
I can't believe how tall your little lad is getting, actually. With that picture the other day, I was like, whoa, what happened?
I know.
What are you growing him in? What's your compost?
I know. He comes out and mucks the horses out with me, doesn't he? Hey, we all know what the compost is. Here we go. This is the Japanese sundress. Now, this is the dress that you made, a version of the dress that you made.
Of course, it had to have a pocket on.
Yeah, so we've got a pocket rather than a little Japanese person on. But you see, this is it. You know, we did the Sashiko stitching. I'm thinking Sashiko some stitching on there. Because you've got that denim option.
Yes. And the denim is beautiful. And actually, there's enough denim in there. I was thinking about, can I make myself an adult size in that? Can I do that? I think I should.
It's a little pinafore dress.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful fabric.
Well, especially the denim in there is art gallery fabric, and their denim is so soft. It's not jean.
Yeah, it's not a jean. It's very lightweight denim-esque fabric, isn't it? As in, like, from a stitch point of view, like it has that kind of grain of a denim, like a proper jean.
Yes,
I mean.
it's denim because of you've got one colour
for the warp and one colour for the weft, which gives you that denim
look. Yeah.
And that's, but texture-wise, it's a very fine cotton. So it is denim, but it's a very fine denim, which means that the drape and the feel is soft.
Lovely. Perfect for a little summer dress.
Yes, but very, very wide, as we saw.
Lots of fabric in there. Lots of fabric.
Now, I want to have a look through this book in greater detail. They were just. If you're broody, look away now. I mean, this is not the show for you.
It's so true. But I think this would make a wonderful. What's the words going out of my head? Baby shower gift. I think if you've got a mummy who sews or a mummy to be who sews, perfect little gift.
Or keep the book and say pick an item out of it, and I will make it for you.
Oh, that's a good one.
We've both fallen in love with this.
Get to the page, it's so cute.
Well, look, you can make your first shoes.
But what I really like, actually, while we're on this page, this is a good one to start. So you've got an out and about section, nursery accessories, toys and games, clothes and shoes, and sewing base kits. So everything you need to get going. It's great.
And rabbits.
Love it. It's a really lovely little book.
It's gorgeous.
Out and about.
Bright sunshine the other day, my son puts on his shark hat to go out.
Why wouldn't you?
Well, absolutely. So here we go. This is your reversible buggy liner. They are so expensive to buy.
And never in the fabric that you want either.
No. And also, I needed two because one was always in the wash.
Yes.
Or they didn't fit my buggy right. This is perfect. Absolutely perfect. Love. There's the hat. We've seen that. We're going to make the hats. Changing bag. Yes.
Cute.
Hello. All of these patterns as well.
Bag.
So,
it flips out.
Yeah.
Clever.
It's good, isn't it?
Very clever.
Because it doesn't matter. I mean, the number of times that I've had to change Freddie in the boot of the car or something because we've just, it's happened and it's got to be done. Perfect. And also just a lovely bag. Or it could be that actually you want it as a little picnic thing. So you've got something to sit on when you take your lunch out to the park.
Good thinking, Batman.
Yeah. It's not all about the kids.
No, it's not all about
No. What else have we got? What else have we got in here? I
isn't it?
can't turn the pages quick enough.
It's nice paper, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Just
actually
to comment
nice.
on that.
It is a
nice grey paper.
But
really
I just
nice
want
and
to
thick.
see that because I have a feeling this is the hat. Yes. A-flap hat.
I love that.
Freddie gets dragged out on every dog walk.
Does it?
Oh, that boy
Kicking and
walks.
screaming.
No, he loves it because
that's all right then.
as long as there are sticks and stones and puddles to play with, he's happy.
He's well aware.
But he does like a hat. That's his only demand in life is that he has a hat.
These.
Look at the bunnies. Sorry, I've got my hand on the child's face.
Forget about the child.
Sorry.
Look at the bunnies.
Now, this is
I want it.
This is the one. I don't care how old you are.
I want
Tell
that.
me that you don't want one of those, and you'll be lying.
Absolutely.
It's brilliant.
It is super
Absolutely
cute.
brilliant. And actually, when you start taking them to swimming lessons, that's what you want. You want to just be able to wrap them up as they come out the pool and keep them
Well, no
warm.
one's going to have one like that, are they?
No, $14.95. You get all the patterns for this as well. So that's 75 pence a project and pattern.
That's really good.
It's great. Baby's cot quilt. Yes, it's such great value.
Talking of quilts, your one's looking really good.
Hey, look, I will get there.
You're doing a cracking job, my lady.
Do you know, it's one of those things, isn't it? You just got to do it. I've spent so long being scared of my stash in case I make a mistake. So I thought I'll start off with scraps and then it doesn't matter.
Oh, I heard you said the dirty word. You put scraps and tilde in the same sentence. I heard that you got told off.
I did get told off.
You did get told off.
I did get told off.
I
But I'd
saw
already
that.
made a project out of the tilde.
Okay,
So
left
technically it
over then.
was-
Maybe
yeah,
use the word left over.
Okay, no, I did get told off.
Left
for
over
that.
tilde.
Jungle wall art. Decorate that
That's so
nursery.
cute. That's so nice.
You see, because you might have a child that just likes dinosaurs and crocodiles.
My little nephew Raya is obsessed with it. He's so good with his dinosaurs. He actually knows more than I do.
It's Andy's baby, and Andy's dinosaur adventures. That's what it is. That's what's teaching the youth of today. So
Not in my day.
We're going to leave it there. We're going to come back and have a look at more of. I know,
So
but we're
cute.
going to
Why
get
did we
cracking.
make that one?
I don't know. You were in charge
I
of
know.
lakes. Next time.
Oh, I had somebody in mind.
That's just some of the ideas.
We didn't
in
even
there.
get through a quarter of that book.
I know
don't
we
think.
haven't. I've put the page marker in so we can carry on from where we left off.
Good
But
girl.
we need to start. Let alone carry. Oh, what's that?
I don't know.
I've got something sticky on there. There we go.
Are we done? Brilliant.
Unstuck. Let's go.
So we're going to do the wonderful sundress today,
I love
and
it
then
in
hopefully
January
with time
then.
we'll do the sun hat. I'm sure we will. We'll make sure we will. This is a really, really lovely project, and the great thing about sewing for little people is that you get to like practice on them, and then you get to sew for yourself.
So you could have matching. There's something that keeps on coming up on my my Facebook feed for grown-up adult sizes and kid sizes, so you can match your child. Now, I mean, the number of times that actually Fred and I go out and I realise I've dressed us in the same sort of jeans and stripy top anyway. But this is exactly this is what you can be doing.
It is super cute, especially when you've got like a nice event or something like that, like a birthday or a christening or something.
Or maybe you've got a couple of little girls and you want to have matching dresses for them.
Exactly. But you've touched on it already. The great thing about this book is that the patterns do come with it. You haven't got to download them or make it up. They're in the back, which is great.
Excellent.
So we've put some drafting paper on the show today because definitely 110% copy them out. Don't cut those patterns up, okay? Keep them nice and safe. Keep them special. Okay. So I've gone ahead and traced out my 2 pieces. To make this dress, you only need 2 pieces, a front and a back. So that's all done. So I've already gone ahead and done that for you. Now the size that I'm making is sizes for 2 to 3 year olds. And it's not like we talk about human. Of course they're human, Jen. Small people's, adults I mean, where I go, the size isn't the same. In this case, it's to 2 to 3 year olds, so it would be as you would have in the shops, okay? So it's not like we would normally go, don't use that pattern, don't use that size. It's not the same thing. In this one it is. So I've gone ahead and cut those out. So the first thing we need to do is do our elastic casing. So on the back of the dress, it's actually got a nice little bit of gather. So if you want to flip that around.
I do
Super
now.
Cute. Nice little bit of detail in the back. Oh, so it's got a nice gathering in the back there for us. So it's not clingy, it's not tight on them. They can wriggle around and move as they like. So you've got
They do like to wriggle.
They do like to wriggle. I know Emmy Lou likes to wriggle lots. She's got her feet at the moment.
She's got feet.
Yeah, she's just like all feet, constantly kicking out. She's super cute.
She's how old? 9 months.
Super cute. I think she is 9 months. Yeah, I'm sure she is. I'll probably get told off for that.
Scrummy
I'm an auntie.
age.
I lose track of time.
She's that big.
She's about that big.
Yeah.
She's about that big.
Will she fit in this? What size did you make this?
2 to 3 years.
She'll be in it before you know it. Next summer she'll be in it.
Too true. Okay, so what you need to do is take the back piece first. Okay, and on the pattern it is telling you, in these it's a 1 centimetre seam allowance on this particular project. Normally I do 1.5, but on the pattern it's 1, so I'll go with
Stick
1.
with that, yep.
So you need to fold over a 2 centimetre casing, okay?
Right.
So I've gone ahead and done that in advance, okay? So I've just pressed that over, so I shouldn't need any pins in there, but obviously if you feel a bit more confident at home, pop some pins in first.
Yep.
And I'm just going to do a line of stitching to create that casing, and then we're going to feed our elastic through. So that's the first step that we need to do. And yeah, come on.
This is not looking too complicated.
It really isn't. It's a really lovely project. If you're beginning to get into sewing and want, you've done smaller projects, but you want to start taking it into dressmaking, I think kids' clothes are the way forward. I really do.
Well, and then in a blink of an eye, they've grown out of them, so you just make the next size up, and the next size up will be even better. So, it's, like you say, it's a great way to practice as well.
Absolutely, because you are making a garment, but in a smaller version.
Yes.
So if I was to make this dress in a bigger size, it would be exactly the same. It's just the scales are different. So it's about, cost-effective way of learning to sew.
I'd like
do you know
this
what I
for
mean?
a beach dress.
Super cute, isn't it?
Yeah,
I do like
for
it.
me.
Okay. Oh, for you? Yeah, why not? Why not? Actually, I've got you have to bring 2 garments, don't you, just in case you have a coffee moment.
Oh, yeah, no, I
My
have many
second garment isn't too far away from this dress, actually.
It's not, actually, yes.
So I'm going to need a safety pin now because I'm going to be threading my elastic through.
If you have a bodkin that we used to... do we? Have you still got those on the website?
Have you?
I don't know. I don't know if they're still in stock or not. We'll have a look, but you see a bodkin...
Oh, that would have been perfect for this.
Yeah. If you've got a bodkin,
But
use
if,
that.
if you haven't got a bodkin, then just use
The old-fashioned way.
Okay, so your elastic needs to be shorter than your dress back,
Right.
Otherwise obviously it won't concertina up, okay? So I've attached a pin to the end just so I can feed that through. So I'm just going to go ahead and do that now. So I'm just going to rub my thumb and forefinger just to give me that little bit of an opening. I'm just going to pass that through. So it might need a little wiggle first. Let's have a little go.
There you go. All of this is in the book.
Oh yeah, it's all in the book. All the destructions as I like to call them, are in the book.
Destructions.
Look at that. I've got, I think, my casings too. No, it's right.
Here we go. So, step by step in the book. There you go. So whilst you do that.
Thanks, Dar.
That's all right. So, step by step. It's even got your applique in there, should you wish to applique. Top tips in there as well. You see?
There we are.
And there's your, this is the bit that we're doing across there. Step 1, step 2, patterns are all in the back. And then, you see, look, it's all in there. So, here we go. This is the bit that we're doing.
Speed of my elastic throw.
You would need matching shoes.
Oh, you so need matching.
Oh, you so need matching shoes.
I run out of time. I was so going to do the shoe.
Oh.
I was really going to do it, but I ran out of time.
Those little feet.
They're so cute. You just want to eat them. I don't know what it is about babies' feet and hands. I just want to eat them.
Scrummy. Utterly scrummy.
And in those shoes, even more so.
Gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. If you've just joined us and you're wondering why we want to eat some children.
Sorry, yeah. Just
because they're going to look so scrummy in these
because they're going to look so scrummy in
This is what we're making. A gorgeous, gorgeous little sundress. Now, what I love about this as well is that, of course, it's got fully adjustable straps.
Yes.
Do you know, thinking back, I'm sure I had loads of dresses like this when I was little. Now, if you want
That's such a classic design, aren't
well,
they?
it is, isn't it? You know, these things are classic and then don't go out of fashion. If you want the denim variety, then there it is. Now, the denim is obviously a more expensive fabric, but it's also a wider fabric, so you are getting more in there. So you get 1.5 meters of the denim, 1 meter of the anchor, and your elastic, and your thread, because otherwise there's nothing worse, is there, of starting a project and realising, actually, I don't have the elastic. Now, oh, hang on, what are you doing?
I'm just securing my my thread, so I'm just going to do that quickly. I'm going to show you what I'm doing over on the big desk. Makes more sense then, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, so I've enclosed my elastics. It's in there. It's not a nice concertina. I'm happy with the gathers. That looks cute, doesn't it?
It does look cute, yeah.
So all I've done is just done a quick tacking stitch there and there, just to keep the elastic in place while I go and do the next step. Okay, so you can reduce it. Obviously, when you do your measurements, you'll know how much elastic you need.
Yes.
But any excess, just trim that off. So I'm going to go ahead and do that now. Okay, so now you've done your back, you're ready to then move on to your front. Okay, so here we have it here. So again, I've gone with this beautiful as the main fabric, and I decided to go with that. It is like a trend, it's like a country garden, isn't it?
Yes.
So lovely.
But you see, Tanya Wheeler, who's the designer for this, you'll always see her fabrics in sort of country garden, house and gardens, that sort of thing. She's regularly in those magazines, and so I think it's very fitting.
It's super cute, isn't it? It is really nice. And it's a slightly isoscellated check as well. It's not banged on check.
No, it's not.
So when you're cutting your bias, don't think, oh, I've gone off wonky. It is slightly, just tilted to one side. When you get the fabric out later, I'm sure
you'll
it'll make more
understand.
sense. So I've gone ahead and cut my...
Producer Paul says on the squiff.
Squiff.
Is that a turn?
Of course it's on the squiff.
Is now.
You know what I mean. You know what I mean.
A bit squiffy.
On the squiff. So I've gone ahead and cut my bias. So it is bias binding that we want, not your straight binding.
So bias binding means you cut it at 45 degrees.
That's right.
So that means it's got stretch and
so it's got
give.
Nice stretch, because what we're going to do, we're going to be binding the top section, but more importantly, the reason why we need the the movement and the stretch is to go around what would be the armholes of the garment.
Right.
Okay, so that's why we need that that bias in there. So we're going to need to get the iron out, my darling, if that's all right.
Yes. Let me do
So
this.
create a bit of space.
Here we go. I'm going to give you that to start off with, because I know you're going to need that.
I am going to need that. So with the... we've got these today. These are great. I love these.
Bias binder makers.
They save your fingers so much. And time.
Yeah, absolutely.
And time. So what we need to do is create this into what would be a normal binding, a traditional binding, which is where we're folding it into 4. So it goes once, twice, and then again, which is tricky. So when you get to the ironing, if you haven't got one of these, you have to fold it in half first, press it, then fold it into the centre, press it, and then get the other side, and then press it.
Yes,
Whereas with this...
it's done for you. Now, what you'll see here is it says 25. That is 25 mil, which means that as it comes out there, that is 25 mil. You would then fold it again, which makes it 12.5 mil. So 25 mil, that's basically an inch. So it's going to be a 1/2 inch shown binding around the side. And you literally just thread it in so that it's going to go along there like that. This channel here means that you can get a pin and eke your fabric through.
Yep. Do you want to do that now?
Yeah,
I need to
go
do it
on.
anyway. So I would keep your straight grain on your... So don't be tempted to cut that square, because that's the straight grain right there, okay? So keep that in place, because that's our 45-degree angle. Don't be tempted to chop that off, because it does make it easier when you're feeding it through your maker, because then you have a point. So then you can pull your point. But as Natasha rightly said, if for whatever reason you have chopped it off, you can pop your pin into that section there and sort of move it forward, okay? So once we've got that poking out the end, let's get the iron on it.
Now, see, what I would say as well is when you first poke it through, don't be afraid. If it's not sitting quite straight, don't be afraid to just move it around and get it so that it absolutely is
where it needs to be.
Straight. Because sometimes when I first started out with this, I had it so it was all a bit squiffy. Just before you start ironing, get it so that it's sitting equally in there.
In the binder,
and you'll get equal binding.
So that would be, you mentioned it was a 2.5 or 25 mil.
Yeah.
So you would need to cut that to 50.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you need to cut double that amount because of the fold.
And then you just start to iron.
I love having an assistant. Can I have a coffee, please?
Is this how you do it? Do you just...
Yeah, so either going, like you are with the iron going across, or with the tip going towards the whichever way is quicker. But you can go so much quicker than that. Go.
Yeah. So I'm just waiting because I'm going to get to that stage there.
So I like to follow as I go, but then you need to get your iron really hot with a nice bit of steam as well.
I wanted to just show you the difference, okay, between pressing and ironing.
Oh yeah, that's a good shout.
Because, let me show you, and this is also the other mistake that I made. You'll see here, I'm going to bring this over to here. You'll see there, that is pressed, and both halves done nicely. That's pressing.
Pressing.
Where I wiggled the iron up and down, can you see the difference?
Yes.
Press. Don't iron. Do you want me to redo that?
I feel like you're telling me off.
Well, no, because I did that. I wanted to show you on purpose. Sorry, do you want me to re-iron it?
No. I like it though.
I hadn't realised.
No, it's good. No, there is a difference. There is absolutely a difference. So how you would iron your clothes is not the same as what you would do with pressing. Is completely different. And you are completely right.
It's only because I've wobbled my binding.
Don't wobble your binding. We'll forgive that little wobble.
All right.
It'll be fine when we get to it. But what would you mind though?
I can absolutely.
Would you mind? We're going to fold that in ahead of time now, because what we're going to use in a moment. I thought these were just for quilts, but they're not.
What?
I got some freebies from our quilters today, and I'm loving them.
Yes.
They're so good.
Love it.
I do. They're really good. So if you've managed to get hold of some either what they call binding clips or wonder clips or whatever kind of clip you have.
We sell them as wonder clips.
Wonder clips.
Clover wonder clips is what we have on the website. But if you are a subscriber to Today's Modern Quilter, oh no, it's Today's Quilter, isn't it?
It's Today's Quilter.
Then you will have had these.
We will have these. I'm going to show you how to use them for clothes.
Hurrah! There you go.
Ta-da! Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is bind the top of our little sundress before we do anything else, okay? So I've already gone ahead, or Natasha should I say, and then me claiming all the glory. Natasha has done my binding for me, so it's already done. So all I'm going to do is bring that fabric up to that centre crease that you've already gone ahead and pushed in for me. Okay. Now the great thing about the wonder clips are, or in this case the binding clips, same thing, is that on the back there's almost like a little ruler.
It took me ages to figure out that they were there.
It's like a little ruler.
But it's a game changer.
It's a game changer.
It's an absolute game changer.
So what I find with binding is that sometimes the back isn't quite as even as the front, or you have to sew in the section first. So what you would normally do is open out your binding, then you would sew that down first, then you would do the flip and tuck, and then you would either finish off by hand, which is a great way of finishing, or you would go in and do a top stitch maybe. Whereas with this, because you've already gone ahead and pressed ahead with the binding, I'm just popping that into the centre there. Use your little wonder clip. So I'm going to try and do this caggy-handed.
Another great technical term.
Caggy-handed?
Yeah.
Okay, so I've put the edge of the clip on the edge of my binding. So if I just flip that over, the edge of the clip is on the edge of the binding.
It's these little simple things that are game changers. It's like the difference between perfect binding and squiffy binding. It's the difference between having to unpick because you've gone over when you're sewing through your binding. It's great. It's absolutely great.
So now you don't have to sew twice. You can sew once in a wanna. Go for it, in a wanna. It's life changer.
In a wanna.
Life changer. Nice. In a wanna. All right, so I'm going to go in and do some bit of top stitching there to secure both sides in a wanna.
This fabric in a wanna that we can see. This is your Tanya Whelan. Now, you're not just getting this. Oh no, you get 1.5 meters of this and 1 meter of the trellis. I don't think it's actually called trellis. I'm going to call it trellis today.
It reminds me of a trellis.
Yeah, absolutely. It's
in
giving you
way.
that country garden. $37.95. That's a lot of fabric there. Plus, you are also getting... Yeah, it is, isn't it? It's 2.5 meters of fabric there, of designer fabric, no less. Not just, not just any old fabric, designer. And you're also getting your thread, and you're getting elastic.
What was the word?
Yes.
I do that.
What is it? What is the word? So on the top, just
bish, bash, bosh, done. So now you've done that, now you can trim that back. So obviously, I always go ahead and trim after rather than trying to make it perfect the first time round. Let's just get rid of those bit sections there. Now, what you would go ahead and do for the next step would be attach your binding into this section and then give you a little bit more to do your tie off, okay?
Now let
so
me
the measurements, the measurements are in the in the book, in the instructions, okay?
Because, here we go. You've got your squidgy elasticated back, which then goes into the binding on the side, which is... That's that binding there. That's the binding we've just done across the top, but then that binding then goes through up there to your tie-off tops. So actually, if you've got a super tall child like mine, then that's fine. This is going to fit all sizes.
All sizes, yeah.
And also, because it's got the elasticated back on the bit on the back.
Yeah, it'd be nice and comfortable for them. So they've got room to run around, get into trouble.
It's all in the book. I want to show, because we're touching on the book, but it is gorgeous. This is in the book. Now, in the book, they've appliqued as well.
It is super cute.
You pocketed, because you love a pocket.
So if you are going to do that, either the applique or the pocket, do that now at this stage before you start constructing what would be the dress. Okay, so any extra work, do that now.
Now, we've also got in here toddler trousers. So if you're going for the denim variety, then bundle that we've got, then you've got a real soft denim.
They're lovely.
I don't like putting harsh denim, you see, on little ones. But you see, look, and then you've got the turn-ups. It's
so cute,
just gorgeous. Oh.
I love the little pocket. Well,
look
of course I like the pockets.
You've got all sorts in here. So you've got... Producer Paul wants a big grown-up version of that. There's your sewing basics in there. Now, at the back, this is what we say when we say that you've got all of the patterns. 75p per project per pattern. I'm not going to undo it any more than this for the simple reason that it's like maps. I can't ever put them back in again. But you can see there, you've got, it says exactly which bit is which
pieces
takes you through.
So
you've got everything there.
And it's double-sided, guys, so definitely invest in some of the pattern paper that we've got for you today so then you can trace that off, which is why it's really important you don't cut them out. Don't cut those patterns out.
Oh, no, because then you're going to have to sellotape all back on together again. Now,
the bit that we got to. There's so much in this book. It's just gorgeous. This is your caterpillar toy. Great excuse to get out all those bright coloured fabrics.
I want to put bells on it so it jingles.
Well, you can. Of course, you can make it sensory.
That's the one.
That is the one.
I'm so having a word with our buyers after. Can you get us some pattern fabric, please?
If you want the pattern tracing paper, it's 345 ONGQ07. Then look, bibs. You see, this is it. Fred's had such a big old nugget that bibs were not, they didn't always fit terribly well.
Bless him.
Now, if you have any friends with little ones, make them a nursing cushion.
Yes.
I would not have been without mine for the world.
Really?
Oh, one of the best things. Yeah, if anybody asks me, what should you have? It's a nursing cushion. It just makes life comfortable.
I shall.
Yes. And then look at those two little cuties. Toys again. Skittles has been one of Freddie's favourite toys ever. And I didn't know that I could make them. And then you see, look, all these little things for them to look at. When you've got the cot mobile. And these aren't necessarily going to take up oodles of fabric. Look at the bunnies.
They're cute. I know you love bunnies at home. I know you love the bunnies.
There you go. All sorts in there.
That's so cute.
I know. And then there's your elephant as well. We need to carry on, as we're not going to get this done.
Okay.
But grab the book and then you can peruse at your leisure. $14.95 SEMZ Seams. 79 is the code. Right,
That's a nice code. Okay, so once you've done that and you've done your imaginary bindings, I'm not going to show you that again because you know what you're doing now, and you've put any additional features on, so whether that's a pocket or a little bit of an applique down here or a bit of Sashiko, whatever you want to do, then you're ready to construct what would be your garment. Okay, so all we're going to be doing is putting the right sides together, so that's the bold fabrics together. Okay, and then we're going to be stitching down the long part of the seam there. So obviously with this being elastic, you will need to pin in place and stitch, okay, so that's going to concertina up, okay.
Can't you just do one side and then...
You can do.
The other.
But I find, because you see here that it's gathered in the corners, so you want to get that flattened out. So I would, if you're going to pin anywhere, definitely pin, because it is only a small piece of fabric, you could probably do it without pinning it. But I would say, just for ease, extend that elastic out, bring the sides together and pop a pin in there. It just gives you that extra hand when you get to the sewing machine, so you can see that it hasn't got those wrinkles in that area now, okay? And then you're going to stitch all the way down on both sides to create the dress, okay? And
then the hat to match.
Another hat to match. So before I move on to the hat, and we are going to try and get the hat done. Look at her, look at her.
But you see, the hat to match, it's going to look beautiful in this fabric.
It's going to look gorgeous in this fabric. Super cute. So if I just bring this over very quickly before we move on, the great thing about the bias maker is that a lot of people don't think about using it on hems. So on the on our little sailor dress here, so if I just bring that out the way, it's our sailor dress here, I've got some little peekaboo bound hems.
Oh, look at that.
That's super cute, isn't it?
Is that just bias?
So that's just bias, but it gives you a really nice finish on the edge. It gives you a little bit of weight at the bottom of the skirt.
Which is where you want
it's nice,
it, isn't
yeah,
it?
and it's just nice and clean way of finishing your edges. So I'm going to do that very quickly. I'm not going to go through the whole thing. I'm just going to do it on the flat, just so you know how to do it, okay? So do you want to grab us the binding out, actually? Might need to quickly do a bit of ironing.
It's a bit gorgeous.
Oh. It might fit on your leg, my darling, but I don't think you're going to get it on, I'm afraid.
All right.
Oh, look at you with the wonky hat. Can I have the heat-resistant mat, please?
That would fit on one of Freddie's teddies.
Of course it would.
It wouldn't fit him, obviously, because,
It nearly fit you, you're right. You have got a very small head, bless you.
I do.
A little dinky hat.
Not enough brains to finish. There's no need. Here we go.
I'm going to... Do you want to...
Yep.
Do that super quick. We only need a little section just so I can show you quickly how to do that.
Right, see, this is all the things that I found that I did wrong with my bias binder maker. There we go. I'm not allowed to do it on the mat. There we go.
Oh, yeah.
$11.95 for the bias binder maker. I'm really concentrating. You can tell, can't you?
Yeah,
I can't talk. You see, maybe if I had a bigger hat, a bigger head, I could have done both. How much do you need?
Give me one more. Perfect.
Yeah. Do you want that in half again?
No.
You sure?
Leave it like that.
Positive?
Absolutely.
Speak now or forever?
No.
Okay.
Before we move on actually from binding, you've noticed that this is a nice long piece of binding.
Super nice long
Where
bit,
you'd
yeah.
only really probably use not even half a metre to create a really, you'd get so much out of half a metre. But it's how you would make that into a continuous
You get a whole
strip.
metre.
I know that, but so you don't need all of
Yeah.
that. You really don't need that much binding in your life.
Okay.
All right. So you only need a small amount of fabric to create lots and lots.
Unless
of
you want to
binding.
bind everything that you see in
Absolutely.
this lovely fabric.
Why not? Yeah. So when you to create your strip, all you need to do is bring the two pieces together, but you need to join them at a right or left angle, depending on where the corners are. So you can see the 45-degree angle there, it's been butted up, and I've sewn across it. So then when you open the binding out, it gives you the continuous strip. So don't try and stick them together like that, because it will come out the other way.
Right.
All right, so remember to stick, when you put them together, you need to put up what would be the grain of the fabric. Remember, that's the grain. This is the 45. Grain to grain, giving you a right or left angle, depending on your angle of your binding. Sew that down, because there'll be two little dog ears. In fact, over here, there's the dog ears that's been there over. So this time it's on the left.
Yeah.
There's your dog ears. So you need to, remember, you need to have those. If they're butted up and there is no dog ears, it's too far away. It'll be off.
Okay.
So once you've got that, do your line, and then you're obviously ready to then press that out, cut those off, and then you can put it through your binder more easily.
Hurrah!
All right, so that's that done. Right, so to do your lovely finished hem, what you need to do is bring your binding over. So where we used the wonder clips last time, and we did it in a wanner, we're not doing it like that. We're probably almost doing it in a traditional way, okay? So this is your binding. This is the right side of the fabric, so it's right sides together, and you're going to butt that up towards the edge of the hem.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm just going to pop a little pin in there super quick, because I'm not going to sew it. It's just going to pretend like we're sewing it.
Yeah, because we've got 10 minutes left.
That's fine, my darling. So pretend I've sewn that down.
We're pretending.
And then all we need to do is flip it like that.
Ah, nice.
And then you can go in with a nice slip stitch. I'm sure we've got a tutorial on that. So then what it will do, it will give you almost like a prick stitch finish on the outside, unless you're using a very good matching thread.
Yeah.
And then it will be an invisible stitch on that side, so there's no raw edges at all. And it just gives you that nice little bit of detail, a little flash of detail as they're running in the garden. Oh. It gives you a really nice finish, professional finish to your hems.
Unashamedly summery, unashamedly beautiful and pretty. Just absolutely gorgeous. It is. It's a tea party dress, isn't it?
It's a tea party dress, isn't it?
It really is.
Super
Absolutely
cute.
gorgeous. But isn't it funny how you get such a different feel depending on which fabric you use?
Absolutely. Well,
So
that's
this is
screaming something different to that.
This is a party. This is a pretty party dress.
Yeah.
In your Tanya Whelan. But you see in the blue, this is a holiday dress.
Yes.
This is a by the seaside dress.
With your bucket and spade.
Yeah, or buckety spade.
Buckety
as
spade.
Freddie likes to call it. Mummy, can I have my buckety spade? Yes. They are all in one. They are all one thing. Okay, so that's the dress.
That's the dress.
Gorgeous. Now we're making the hat.
Now we're making the hat.
We haven't got long. Can we
No,
do
that's
this?
fine. We can do it. Well, maybe not the whole thing, but I'll walk you through what would be the complicated bit.
Is
Not
it
that
in my
it's-
size?
No. So I was going to lie there, but I can't do it. I can't
Can you
lie to
size it up or down?
Yes, I'm sure you can.
Because I want that hat.
I can't remember, so don't quote me. Don't quote me.
Look at that.
It's so cute!
Ah. And it's one of those things, easy peasy sun hat, but every child should have a sun hat. And it's also one of those things that they pull off and throw and that you lose. So you need multiple sun hats.
You can always put a little bit of elastic or even some bias, and you can tie it so they don't lose it on their head.
Good thinking.
Do that.
Good thinking. Step-by-step instructions in here as well, which you're going to take us through.
Super quick.
Any second. But there you go. That's step-by-step with photos as well.
Absolutely.
Hurrah.
Absolutely.
All in the book. 75 pence per pattern.
So good. Good value. Great value.
Right, where do we go?
Okay, so for the sun hat, you just need 2 of the pattern pieces again, which I've traced off, so I've gone ahead and done that already. And so you need 6 of your sort of triangular shape ones. It's a bit of a weird triangle, but you get the gist.
You have enough of the Lola Rose, actually, that you can, if you want, fussy cuts. So you get a rose in each. If you want to be that sort of specific
but you
about
get
things.
lots of fabric in that bundle, so that you can do more than one project. This doesn't. There's plenty left over to do further projects. Yes. If you're going to do the dress and the sun hat.
Well, it's one of those things, isn't it? You know, sometimes you have multiple grandchildren; they might all want one.
this is true. And they're all in different sizes as well.
Yeah.
Okay, so to do the hat, you need to sew it into 2 sections. So you do it 3 pieces at a time. So I've already gone ahead and done that for you. So you can see that I've used what I'm calling the trellis piece and then your yellow rose.
Yes.
So that one's done already. Okay, but now I'm going to show you how to construct the other one, because if you sew this one, then it won't meet up nice like it has done there. Okay, so we need to get that point nice and crisp. So work with just 2 at the moment, and then leave one to the side for a second. So it's right sides together. Okay. Now the trick is, it's again, if you remember earlier on, I mentioned it's a 1 centimetre seam allowance.
Yes.
Okay. So it's really important that you start 1 centimetre down from the tip. Don't sew in from the edge.
Okay.
So if I just bring the pen in, I know this is a yellow, so you're not going to see it, but that's the point there that you need to start, not here, right there, and then you sew down. Okay?
Why?
So then it will all butt up when you sew the second piece on. So I'm going to go ahead and do that now.
Yes. Yes, yes.
So obviously, if you've got your markers at home, go ahead and do that before you get to the machine, then you know it's right.
Otherwise, you just won't get that point. So if I show you the other side of here, so this is where we're starting. We're starting at that point there. Okay, and then again at that point there, which means that it all meets up at that point there. And then you've got that, which is your seam allowance, either side. But it's all meeting up beautifully.
It's all meeting up in the middle.
Yeah.
There you go, there it is on that piece.
Okay.
Okay, so because we've got 2 of roses and 1 of the trellis, it's going to be this side that I'm going to be sticking that to. Okay, so again, just move that out of the way. You still want to make sure that your points are meeting at the top. So if I just wait for a second.
Yeah.
Yep, so you still want to make sure that that point is meeting at the top. And again, all your sides are matching. So what I would suggest you do is move that piece that you've already sewn out of the way. You don't want to be catching that when you get to the machine.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
And what I'd also suggest doing is sew from the side that you can see. So I can see the red stitching, so I know to start from that point and work way down.
Oh, so use that as your
reference, because if you sew that way, you're blind and you'll probably end up catching your fabric.
Okay.
So just make sure that's pulled right out of the way and that you're stitching at the very point of that red mark, in this case because it's red stitching, all the way down. Okay?
3 minutes left. Can we do it?
I can do it.
Yeah! It's like a sewing bee time challenge all over again, isn't it, for you?
So I'm just, because I haven't pinned, I'm just going to
adjust. Now, yeah, you might know. First of all, congratulations on your book.
Oh, thank you!
Been so well received.
Unbelievably well received.
So the question that I saw on social media is, will you be doing any more of the signed copies that we had?
I believe the buying fairies are currently organising some further copies, and yes, I would love to sign them again for you. So yes, they will be coming in soon.
Good. Because so many missed out.
I couldn't believe it, honestly. Thank you so much for a wonderful show. I couldn't expect that at all. It was just wonderful. So thank you, Sewing Quarter family. Thank you so much. So we've got 2 sides of the hat.
Yes.
Okay, so all you need to do is stuck these 2 together, right sides together, making sure that your points are matching up. You know, those red points that we talked about. So if you want to pop a pin in there, that's fine. And then all you do now is sew the whole, that part of the curve, joining those 2 pieces together.
It is super easy.
Yeah, so don't do it individually and go round. Do 1 half first, 1 half second, and then stick the 2 together.
You know when Jo Carter does animals?
Yes.
And she does the heads of the animals?
Yes.
She often sews from the centre out, because she says that if you don't like to do a steep curve, that's like the cheats way to do it.
The cheats way?
Yeah.
I do like a cheat.
So I guess it's kind of the same, isn't it? If you don't want to do, you know, you could keep sewing from that centre point out.
Like, I'll do that now for you. So I've popped my pin into the centre point. I've just removed the pin now because I've dropped my needle, my machine needle in it. So again, I'm using the 1 centimetre seam allowance, so nothing changes. So that's that bit done.
Because this is effectively the same shape as a toy head.
Yes, yes.
Isn't it?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Hey, now, talking of toys, if you love Jo Carter Designs...
We love Jo Carter
8 o'clock tomorrow.
Yeah. What's she doing? What's she doing?
Ooh.
Are you allowed to say?
I don't know.
Oh,
I don't know if I'm about to
say
go
that. I don't know. I can't believe you've left us in suspense.
I'll find out if I can sew.
I will torture you and find out for the next hour.
We'll find out. Right, I need to go and show all of these fabrics again, so let's have a look at this hat.
Little hat.
It's looking good. Hey, look, we could be Bill and Ben, the flower pot men.
Oh, yeah, let's do it.
And then how easy is the rim?
Just fine. It fits lovely. So all I would do, let me just remove the hat very quickly. You sew your circles together to give you what would be the rim of the hat. I would go in with a quick running stitch on your machine. So that's just when you extend your straight stitch to the longest the machine will give you. And I think that's about 5 on this one. Give it a little pull so it does the gather, so it eases it in. Whack it on there, sew around the circumference of the hat, and you're done.
Yay!
Ta-da!
Easy peasy hat. I just think that's lovely. There you go.
Super cute.
Gorgeous. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Right, I'm off to show you all the fabrics. Come with me. Over here. No, no. You can stay and relax. Now, most popular is the Tanya Whelan. I'm not surprised. It's just such a pretty dress, isn't it? But of course, don't forget, you get so much in here. 1.5 meters of the Lola Rose, 1.5 meters of that, and 1 meter of your, what I'm now going to call trellis. And then you get your elastic. And in fact, Jennifer, do come over here, my love, because grab that other side.
1, 2, 3.
It's a lot of fabric.
There's a lot of fabric in
It's a lot of fabric. So that's your Tanya Whelan. Now let's then unfold that denim.
The denim's lovely.
There you go.
That's a big salvage to salvage. You get a lot in that.
You are getting that extra
You get a lot in all
bit
of it,
in there.
but you do get that extra bit because that's salvage to salvage.
And so that's why it's a higher price point.
Great value
because
for money, though.
You do get an awful lot. Now this is a very lightweight denim, but it is denim because you've got the white. Hang on, let me get this. Warp goes orp, and weft goes left.
So it's the white. Weft.
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Yes. So that is your, but you can just see how that drapes beautifully. That's why it's dressmaker quality denim. And then you get, I'm going to give you that to start shaking out. And you also get your beautiful, there you go, these as well. So that's your anchor in there. So that's $49.95 and your elastic and your thread. Now, if you want to also grab very, very pretty this.
Go away, anchors.
1.5 meters of this and again, unashamedly
So
pretty and cute.
So cute.
Just perfect for those little ones. And this is $42.95. This is your balloon sundress. And again, you're getting your thread, you're getting your elastic, and of course your contrasting fabric here is, have you seen this?
I want to look at it closely. It's such a great fabric.
Both from Studio E, which is a relatively new fabric supplier for us.
It's lovely.
So that's your Dear Heart, $42.95, 1 meter of that, DLGC 67.
What a great combo.
Fab. Fab, fab, fab. So whichever ones you're going for, they are absolutely gorgeous. You're going to get a different effect for each. Like we said, you're by the beach, maybe go for the blue. If you that party feel, then go for the Tanya Whelan. If you just want cute, go for the red. Now, coming up tomorrow, let's have a look. We've got Soft Toy Showcase. Oh, yes. For all your soft toy needs tomorrow. And then at 9 a.m, we've got Lucy back. She's here with our traditional blocks. And then at 10 a.m, we've got Build Your Stash with Tash. Oh, yes. And then at 11 a.m, we've got our mini quilt masterclass. So whether it is toy making with Jo Carter that takes your fancy, or a little bit of traditional quilting with Lucy, we've got something for everyone tomorrow. So please do join us tomorrow. Thank you ever so much to everybody that's joined us today. I hope you have a lovely rest of the day. Do we do those those hats as the sun hats as rain hats, because I think we're going to need them today, aren't we? Odor coated up. There you go. Rain hats. Done. Perfect. Thank you ever so much for joining us today. I will be back bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock with so much. So please do join us then. But there you go. Have a lovely rest of the day. Remember, you can carry on ordering after the hour with only one P&P per day of just $2.95. I will see you bright and early tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Join us on Wednesday the 7th of June when Lucy Brennan will take you through a quilting block masterclass with the fabulous Free Spirit Ghost range of fabric. Lucy will be demonstrating how to create the bear paw block. This traditional block is a quilter's favourite as the design can be configured in many different ways to give a bold design to your quilting projects. Lucy will go through how to make the block with the beautiful Ghost range of fabric from designer Nell Watmore, who specialises in using natural elements in her fabric design. So, join Lucy Brennan on Wednesday the 7th of June at 9 a.m. for the bear paw block and wonderful fabrics, only on Sewing Quarter, Freeview Channel 78.